Hey, how's it going, all you ledge heads and legends in the chat? It's awesome to see you on this Wednesday, the 10th of February, 2021. It's absolutely a pleasure. And we want to start off by saying thank you to Dice Drinks and Drama for the amazing raid at the start. Thank you guys so much. We love seeing in the chat. We have so many more thank yous. First of all, just always thank you guys for taking the time to watch us. Let's do a quick introduction, then I'll do all the thank yous and the recap because it's going to be a lot. Starting off today with our man, our myth, our legend, Ian. Tell us who you are, who you're playing, and what your pronouns are.
My name's Ian, and I'm currently locked out of Twitch, so I'm going to struggle with that later. I also I also play Woodwort, the gnome druid, and I go by he/him.
Very, very nice. Next up, Kylie. Please tell us who you are, who you're playing, and what your pronouns are.
Hello, I'm Kylie, or I go by Kai. It really doesn't matter at this point. I play Shionibus, the Elven Ranger, and we both go by she, her.
Excellent, excellent. Sam, I don't know why I said all that. Sam, you're up. Who are you? Who are you playing? And what are your pronouns?
Did you mishmash Sidney and Sam together? I kind of dig it. Yeah.
Look, I'm not going to be honest and say yes. I'm sorry, and say no, but I'm not going to lie and continue talking. Please do your introduction before I botch this worse.
Hello, I am Sam Sterling, and I play Ichipokton Papakui, also known as La Pacifica Dorita, everyone's favorite barbarian. And we are she, her.
Heck yeah. Now it's time for Sidney. Please tell us who you are, what you're playing, and what your pronouns are.
Hi, my name is Sidney. I play Alona, the half-elf cloistered cleric, and my pronouns are she, her.
Awesome, possum. Mr. Michael Powell, tell us who you are, who you're playing, and what your pronouns are.
Well, I'm Michael Powell, and I'm playing the fabulous Rufa. Oh, I love that. I love that. I love that.
Hit that every time.
He's a human investigator, and my pronouns and his pronouns are he, him, they, them.
Excellent, awesome, possum. My name is PJ Megaw. I am the GM of Edge of Legend. I am he, him, and I'll be playing everything in between. Without further ado, let's do some more thank yous. I want to do a quick shout out. Earlier today, we noticed that our awesome Twitter, being followed by you incredible people, was just a few names shy of 300. Hooah! And I want to do a quick shout out and say big thank you to everyone that joined our Twitter to follow us, you absolute legends, following us. Pixel Pirate AZ, Mr. G Willikers, John Mark Minton, Zach the Drac, Great__ Cthulhu, Billowing Hilltop Podcast, RPG MP3, Daniel Nimitz 1, Nick George 967, David Orpha, and Red Fox the Shaman. Shaman? You decide. Thank you guys for so much. Thank you guys so much for joining us on Twitter. You guys were able to take us from the number we're at to 300 followers by episode 30. This is episode 30. We've done at least 30, if not 35 of these amazing episodes, 36 if you count the charity. And we couldn't have done that without your love and support and our love and support for you guys. So thank you so much. So huge thanks to all those new followers. And please go on Twitter if you haven't. Find us on YouTube. Support us. We love you. We'll give you some shout outs for the effort. And without further ado, a recap on last week's episode of Edge of Legend. The heroes are in a little city called Agrippa upon Obair, a kind of a series of 5 cities or districts connected by bridges across a series of rivers and moving waterways. It's a beautiful little city, very fresh and fragrant, and somewhere in this wonderful little tavern called the Type and Pint, our heroes find, hidden behind a door in a dark and secret place, Geb Zebel, one of the 5 generals of the Green Army, currently at war with the entire world. And much to Shionibus' chagrin, a little bit of wham bamboozle was thrown at her, and she is aware of it, but she kind of got her wits together a little too late, and Geb Zebel absconded with her precious booze from home, and adding insult to injury, found her letter on the wall written in Orcish and corrected her grammar syntax. You hate it. You gotta hate it when they're evil and picky. So he just absconds into the mid-afternoon. Meanwhile, the rest of the party's having a fun day of shopping around town. With Joey's little orphan friend in tow, they decide to buy him a sweet little toy and gift. They go to a toy shop where Morel, the Redeemer of Acadia, is there trying to buy him some stuffies and some plushies. And Alona and Morel decide to put their money together to buy him 2 Dreammaker 5. That's right. He has the brand new, the amazing Dreammaker 5 game toy, 2 of them, so he can play with his friends as well as everyone all across the world in the greater network of dream crystals. This in no way can go wrong. Also, we have Rufa and Sam's character, Ichipon La Pacifica. They find there is a theater for sale, and light bulbs in their heads start to go. But they're like, wait a minute, we have so much more we got to do before we do our big battle royale, which La Pacifica Torita is doing to entertain the people and spread the word of her culture's fighting style of lucha. They have to stop at Madame Marta's Magnificence and get an amazing battle dress for the great evening. It is there that they run into the half-orc fighter Hera, who is basically in some great sense of shyness, trying on dresses, sees them, panics, and throws them away. After much discussion, she reveals that even though she's a powerful warrior and accomplished businesswoman, she's always wanted to feel like a princess. And they decided this had to happen. So they put all their effort in, and they came up with an outstanding dress and makeup and hairstyle for this wonderful warrior woman. And she is
Makeover.
super makeover montage. It was a great, fun little shopping day. It was amazing. And then, much to Sidney's chagrin, as they're like, "You should go talk to Morel," she's like, "No, I want to ask out Tobias." So Sidney's character Alona, with much frustration, goes to find Tobias. She finds him in the Church of All Ways, a massive church building that is dedicated to the representation of all faiths, good or bad, in an open and free environment. And there she finds him, Tobias Raphaelis, of House Raphaelis, Grand Hospitalia, the Platinum Hammer, in a sort of council with 2 elven clerics of holy symbols that, I don't know, did you roll a religion check on that, Sidney?
I thought they were bards.
Well, based off of their makeup,
Well, they were all music themed. And I was like, oh, they must be bards. So no, I had no idea they were clerics.
it is true. Only bards, the class of bards, are allowed to enjoy music.
Yeah,
True.
and only bard. Druids
true.
are
Only
actually
bards.
Druids
Forbidden.
are actually
Forbidden. They can't. They can't. No music.
Not allowed.
No.
That metal. Can't do it.
Yeah, nope, can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Stars aren't
Although
aligned.
Druids don't listen to music, but they do scream aimlessly into the night air, just until their throat is raw and bloody.
Yeah, we don't want to say void because the void's an actual place in PJ's world. So we just the night air is as good as we can get.
It's pretty safe. Yeah. Yes, and the 2 elven clerics, one of which is a rather heavier set woman with her hair up in a bun. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is after Alona had a gym session with Corellian Longrep, the elven leader of the Church of Iron and the strongest roots of the Iron Dragon. And now that she is on Dragon's Blood, aka pre-workout, and she is buzzing like a bee, she has run all the way to the church. So the 2 elven clerics you see before you, one of them is heavier set, has her kind of auburn hair up in a bun in the back, and she's got like what looks like chainmail and a tabard with 3 lutes, kind of side by side, and she's got a guitar on her back, almost like you would sheath a sword. There's another one next to her who appears to be an elf of Tezuku. She has her hair kind of shaved and her natural curly hair kind of pushed up into like this really kick-ass like mohawk. And this half of her face is covered in makeup, like sharp and really awesome jagged makeup. And this side's just kind of like a series of like David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust kind of colors. She's wearing a dark and silver tabard with a sword over a drum, and in what looks like 2 like sheaths on her hip where you might pull out 2 swords. She has 2 drumsticks, just pop right there on the sheaths on her hip. So that's where you are, Sam and Michael. Remind me where you are, and then once I remember where everyone else is, because this has been an awesome day of running around the whole city, we will go from there. So Sam and Michael, where are you currently?
I believe we were outside of that Madam shop in front of the theater for sale, I believe, right, Sam?
Yes, I think we were going to go check out that theater.
Mhm. And then go to the Coliseum,
Mm-hmm.
set up your
All right.
fight.
All right. So we have two people at the Round the Circle Theater, and of course, looking at the Tiakoth Coliseum. So I guess now what it comes down to is Woodward and Shionibus and Mush by proxy. Where are you guys at?
I thought we were still at the bar being told by Rochelle, yo, he's at the docks.
That is
Yeah.
correct. That is correct.
I left him with the rest of the bottle that I had on me, because it looks like, kind of hair of the dog. They were so drunk at that point, or Rochelle was, that she might just want to keep going down that train. So, but and then we were going to decide. I think we were going to go find the other people and then go to the docks.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with that.
Don't make us go
no,
first.
the two people who don't like plans.
All right. So I'm going to say that Woodward and Shionibus are moving to meet with everyone at a central location within Agrippa upon Obair before going to the docks. I have done my DM's role. I'm sorry, my GM's role in this case. My apologies. And we are going to start off with Rufa and La Pacifica Rita standing outside the Round the Circle Theater. You have been listening to a conversation between two gentlemen, one who goes by the name of Oscar and one who seems to go by the name James. There's a sign up in the window of the theater that says "For sale by owner." What do you do?
Ichi elbows Rufa and says, now's the time for your business-like ways.
All right. PJ, I was wondering if I could roll a perception or something to kind of eavesdrop on their conversation.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
$21.
21. So you're behind a bunch of doors. You can kind of see them down, through the windows of the doors down a long way. So you can kind of only hear the volume and maybe certain symbols, consonants. You can tell they're having a fight, a disagreement. One seems to be kind of deflecting and a little less focused. The other one seems to be very pointed and direct. You can tell from the sound, James is the one who seems more pointed and direct. He's got what looks like this long beard that's been sculpted into kind of a keel, like a rectangular shape, kind of squares off the end. He's got like small round glasses. He wears kind of a tweed or twill suit. Oscar is wearing this long fur coat and sort of a vest suit combo. And he seems very dismissive. He's constantly making this gesture.
Is there any word that's Rufa could kind of pick out that's being repeated multiple times? Like any keywords?
You hear James continue to shout, I want to make a difference. I'm not here to just put on a little petty pandy show.
All right. So Rufa's going to look over to Itchy and kind of give her that kind of look like, shall we mosey on in?
You want me to like mosey, like, or just mosey how I normally mosey, which is loud.
Like make an entrance.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
All right. Rufa's going to kind of, you know how you offer arm, like with cane in tow, with his cane out, just strut on in.
All right, you go strutting on in. You know what? For the sake of effect, I want you to decide, are you going to make a performance check or an intimidation check?
Let's go with get more honey with get more flies with honey. So let's go with performance right now.
It is a theater.
Exactly.
Okay. Give me a performance check, both of you.
I really wanted to see the intimidation check of both of you guys skipping arm in arm.
I would have said one could have done performance, one could do intimidation.
D20, where are you? All right.
Actually, Sam, are you going to do intimidation or are you going to do performance?
Performance.
All right. You know what? For this sake, just so we get a little variety, you do performance, and I'll do intimidation.
All right.
Okay, all right.
Mine is 13.
13. Okay, all right.
26.
Damn. Okay, so I want to hear first what you're doing to enter this room as either a performance or an intimidation tactic. Let me hear it. Starting with, let's go with Sam first.
Okay. Arm in arm. Ichi's got high knees, doing kind of like, how the can lion does it, like walking like that, and trying to look as tall as her short dwarf self can, which is not that tall, but taller than she usually looks. She has her she had just bought that dress, so it's not on her, but it's kind of like wrapped around her shoulders. She kind of like puffs it up a little bit, tries to look wealthy. Is just like, yes, Rufa. I think this place is so much potential, so much. Don't you think?
Rufa is arm in arm with the Itchy. I kind of want to say he's throwing off that one actor, Alfred. I think his last name is pronounced Molina. He played Dr. Octopus in the Spider-Man movies.
Alfred Molina, absolutely.
Yeah. So he's kind of throwing that super villain. I want to say super villain vibe out there.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of looking here and there, kind of waving his cane around a little bit, and then taking his gloved hand and just kind of against one of the chairs, do that little dust thing. Not very clean, is it?
I love it. This is like spicy daddy warbucks. Okay, so you both break into the room and you're making the best 1-2 punch combo possible, making a big scene. Oscar stops immediately, looks at the both of you, just deadpan. And then you get a better look at Oscar. You see he's got kind of coal black hair that's side parted. It's very long. It's maybe about jaw length level, and he kind of combs it over one side from the part, and it kind of lets the other stuff kind of ride down his neck. He's got kind of a Stephen Fry looking disposition about him. And even though he looks unimpressed and nonplussed, you can tell he's still very interested. James turns, and you can see he's got this completely bald-shaved head, whether it's age or whether it's choice. It's just bald-shaved, long white beard. Looks like we lost Alona. Don't worry, she will be coming back, and when she does come back, we will... Oh, there she is. Look at that. There you go. So anyway, shaved head, little round glasses, big white beard, and they both turn to you. Oscar immediately looks both of you up and down, reaches into his long fur coat, pulls out a flask, knocks back a few nips, puts it back in, and goes, well, that's certainly a choice. James looks around, puts a hand on his back, and he's like, I'd like to say you do it better. I'm sitting here trying to write plays that challenges people's very souls, puts a mirror to society, and I'm sorry I don't have the money to cause me clean the bloody place up. We ain't making none. How can I help you?
Mirror to society. That sounds deep, Rufa. I like it.
Yes,
I like it.
My word. Have we happened upon a minor tiff?
James just kind of sighs. No, you've come at a really good time. I apologize for being so rude. I'm just always a little tense. And Oscar continues and says, no, please. You've come at the right time. Please take a seat in one of our dusty chairs. Hopefully it doesn't stain your clothes. We're actually just discussing this here theater and how we haven't had a show in bloody knows how long.
Rufus gonna kind of lean over and look at one of the chairs and just, with his cane, just kind of, doop on it, and more likely than not, there's gonna be some dust, kind of, maybe. Would there be like a little dust?
Are you Are you LeBron Jamesing it in a theater?
No. With his cane, he's kind of kind of thumping it, kind of like how you would do it with a rug.
Yeah.
So he's kind of doing that and just seeing the dust kind of off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
No, Rufa prefers to stand. Rufa, Ichi, would not recommend sitting. Very dusty, very, very dusty.
Oh, I don't have a problem getting dirty. She sits down and she looks at the two people who are arguing and says, so you're the artist and you're the businessman?
They look at each other and they look at you, and Oscar says, "My dear, we're both artists. We just have different ideas of what art is." James looks very... His face has gone from kind of a bleached, bony white to a bright, irritated pink, as you can tell the shame of seeing the dust of his own theater being brought up physically, as well as his credentials called into play. And James just says, I just wanted to tell stories of what's happening in the world around me, and I'm really sorry. I'm in a bad mood. As you can tell, our theater's in a bit of a disarray. We don't really have a lot of interest in our local theater since the bloody Coliseum's opened up.
Oh, so the Coliseum is taking your business. Is that what's been happening?
They look at each other, and Oscar goes, "Well, yes or no." Right. So the theater is still doing all right. It's just not doing the money it used to, but the Coliseum was doing all right. And then they made a deal with some sort of stranger to start doing something called the All Champion Finals. And then they started just doing absolute crazy bit of business then. Apparently, they started inviting heroes from all over the world to compete in these absolutely delicious, scrumptious contests of physical might, but also just absolutely disgusting, disgraceful violence.
Rufa looks over at Ichi. Well, violence does sell, and violence does sell.
Ichi, for a second, when he had said that they made a deal with a stranger, Ichi was like, oh, did I make a deal with somebody and take all their business away? And then she realized, no, that hasn't happened yet. Okay, good. But then she looks around and she looks at Rufa and she kind of like elbows up to Rufa. Rufa, can we talk?
Rufa kind of just leans downwards. Yes. One moment, we're gonna have a bit of a conference, and goes over to
Huddle.
where Ichi kind of leads him.
Okay, so it sounds like, first of all, there's an all-star competition going on at the Coliseum, which is awesome, and that sounds amazing. I want to do that, but there's an opportunity here as well. What if we do some kind of show here that either leads into a Coliseum fight or brings the Coliseum fight here and then makes like some statement about society? People be really into that. People seem deep around here.
That might work.
Like a double feature.
Perhaps. Wait. Rufa thinks he's being inspired. 1 second. Rufa must listen to his muses.
Ichi
Okay.
like looks around and like tries to hear his muses.
Rufa's just being pretentious at this point.
If you want to, go ahead and give me either give me a diplomacy check. Give me a diplomacy check with this.
First 20 of the night.
Nat 20.
Yes.
All
And
right.
there's a 17 for me. Not as good, but still decent.
Hey, Hey, we still got to play that Holy Inspiration sound, and on top of that, you both start having this conversation, and you can feel the room getting desperate around you for you. You know that power position when you have all the cards, and they just want to give you that Uno real bad, and they just can't. You're in that position. You could. So knowing that these people are becoming like really like, oh my god, these could save our entire theater. What do you do?
I would like to ask, which is the one that wanted to make societal commentary?
James wants to make societal commentary. Oscar, you haven't quite gotten a vibe on him yet. If you want to do a perception check, I'll kind of give you the rundown on Oscar.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Kai Ader.
I'm gonna say no only because it's in
Okay.
her brain.
I did all right. I did dirty 20.
That's still not bad. So looking Oscar up and down, you kind of get a feeling that Oscar is definitely a wine philosopher. He is someone that could be considered almost like a Dionysian. He is of drink and party and livelihood, the beauty and poetry of decadence, and also just joy and pleasure and basic human existence. Where James is harsh and sad and rough around the edges, Oscar's kind of fun. Like, he's still got an artistic bent, but the boy parties. The boy parties well.
Ooh, okay. So Ichi is gonna walk up to the two of them, and she looks at Oscar first and says to him, "I could tell you have good taste. I bet you've seen a couple shows over at the Coliseum yourself, am I right?"
Oscar betrays himself with kind of a knowing twitch of the eyebrow.
Yeah, and listen, the theater is not necessarily a place for, rampant violence, but rampant violence does have a place in entertainment, as you well know deep inside. Then she looks over to James. She says, "I see that doesn't sit well with you, but does that concept inspire you to take your anger about how entertainment has been dulled down to the most base instincts of humanity, so devoid of meaning, and don't you want to turn that into art? Why don't we put together a show of the dichotomy between the two of you and blow everyone away?"
So first of all, hero point. That was amazing. And secondly, Rufa, I hear you. I want to have one response, and then if you want to tag on after this, you can. But as you give this amazing speech, I don't have to roll for that because that was perfect. You see Oscar and James look at you. They don't even look at each other. They look at you, and you can see an expectation, a front, a wall, a guard, whatever it is that they're presenting you, it melts. And they look at you and they go, and in unison, they're like, "That's exactly what we want to do. Together. Even, we'd like to do that. That's..." And Oscar kind of stops, takes another nip of his flask and goes, "My dear boy, I believe we found the person that we're going to sell our theater to." And James, who's still wearing his tweed shirt, or his tweed jacket, goes, "Now listen here. It's because I like the cut of her jib. Don't mean she's taking the entire theater away. You ponce. But I like the way your jib is cut. It's cut very... it's cut. I like it."
At this point, Rufa's gonna now follow the same path that Ichi walked up to the stage. Each footstep making a thump, thump, and as soon as he's up there, he kind of taps the bottom of his cane on the stage, making that thump, thump sound. Yes, it is all about the art, but art does not fill an empty belly. Art does not fill a thirsty mouth. You still need coin. And he kind of looks around, and Ichi is right. Violence does sell. But violence without direction gets stale, boring after a while. Have perhaps my associate, Rufa's associate, and Rufa could perhaps help you. We could combine the violence of the Colosseum along with the drama of the theater. I think you might, if you really quick out of character, if you watch wrestling, I think some of y'all might know where Rufus kind of going towards.
I think so too. So two things. One, I need to I guess address the chat. I am being asked how much I can lift. Let's just say this: before quarantine threw me out of the gym, I was doing an overhead press of about 160, and I had a bench press of 255, and my squat on a machine, or I'm sorry, an elevated leg press on a machine was 650 pounds. That's where I'm at. So yeah, I can put most people above my head. Not all people. Some people are hard. Secondly,
Some people are.
I just want to say I love chat so much that they're like, we need to know this immediately. Thank you,
It also
guys.
depends if they're squirmy. If PJ ever tries to lift you, start squirming. The weights don't do that in the gym.
yeah,
drop
yeah. No, but it
This
says
is
if you
personal
want,
experience.
Ian makes a good point. If you want me to drop you from at least 5'11", 6 feet in shoes onto the
Squirming.
ground, please squirm. If you don't want me to drop you, stiff as a board, light as a feather. You're doing yourself a favor. So anyway, yeah, I'm down to talk to Jim whenever, but I don't know why I'm blushing so much. So secondly, changing topics before I completely lose focus. Rufa. Wow, I have never been asked how much I lift during a D&D game. Or a Pathfinder game. Sorry. I'm completely taken aback. Rufa, so James, focusing. James loves what you've said, and but then he stops. And with a long and kind of angry finger, he pokes you in the chest and he goes, now you listen here. I'd like to crowd your gym too. You're starting to sell me on this. But real drama, real violence, real stories come from real truth. Who are you? Where you been? Where you going? Who you killed? Who you not killed? Who you saved? Who you loved? That's violence. That's theater. That's art. Who are you?
I might have to roll intimidation because as soon as James touches Rufa just looks down and simply in a very cold voice, "That's your one.
Say it again.
That's your one."
That's your one. Give me that intimidation check. What was that number again?
Oh, I haven't rolled it yet.
Oh, roll it. I'll even give you a +1 because that was some action hero stuff, and I love that.
26.
26. So you say, that's your one. And he looks at it and he goes, everybody gets one from old James. And he just starts kind of walking away from you. And he goes, but, and here's the take. It wasn't supposed to be that creep. Anyway. Oh, it's a good night. Anyway, so James just goes, all right, fine. Oscar, get the paperwork. And Oscar just reaches into his long, amazing, fur coat, pulls out the paperwork immediately, and a pen and an inkwell. And he is ready to sign. They just say, all we ask is a 3,000 gold down deposit. That gives you full rights to about 45% of front door profits. Gives you about same interest control in the company or property, whatever you put on. Although you'll be fighting James over what shows get put on. I want to talk about angry people. James, we got it, mate. Dial it back a bit, okay? So, of course, you and James will talk about the stories you get to put on. I'm sure he's going to want to hear all about what you have in plan. But do this, 3,000 down, this contract signed, 45% ownership as well as the front gate, and that gets you the whole damn thing.
Rufa kind of looks over the contract and then just kind of with the tip of his cane kind of just pushes it back. No. Yes, we could quite easily, with our funds, purchase the theater outright, but right now, my associate and I are traveling with some other friends, and we are on a mission. Well, not from God, but a mission from, I guess, Roof, I guess, is to save the world. So right now would not exactly be fiscally responsible to outright buy the theater, but we can invest some coins. As Rufa said, Rufa and Itchy could work with you, and yeah, we could work with you to create the profit and a mutually beneficial thing for everybody.
Yeah. I think what Dear Rufa here is trying to say is how about we, agree to us having a stake in this overall theater venture. And you two, I can tell, underneath this surface level bickering, work well together. There's a lot of potential for both of you going forward. With just a little bit of our input, maybe a grand reopening, I think we can kick off a
Yes,
whole new
perhaps
life for this theater.
Rufa could create. One moment. I'm probably going to have to roll this. Can I roll a legal roll to create kind of a very basic contract of kind of a creative licensing thing?
Define how you wish to execute your creative license within this company's infrastructure.
Pretty much for whatever we Rufa and Itchy and their associates do to work with the theater. Yes, we will get a cut, but we would not be like if the theater does something else without us, it would be not on us, basically.
Got it. They will say that they will need some sort of startup collateral or capital, if you will. Either it's a financial investment or a creative endeavor. Either A, you throw down 3 Gs, or B, you give them the rights. And James will even start to kind of prod with that long gnarled finger of his. You give them the rights to tell a story of your choosing, or should I say, of your background.
Okay, how about this? The contract will say that we will work with them on a story that that will last from our visit to this town, from the time we are here, and it ends at the time we leave on this trip.
If I can just interject, she would kind of tell this to Rufa on the side. Ichi's idea is that using the story of the luchadors from Asmacon, what she wants to do is be a part of this all-star festival that's going to be happening at the Coliseum, and then use her eventual win to bring back a large audience to the theater afterwards to have a grand reopening of this place.
Rufo likes the idea. He is going to modify it just a tiny bit. It's going to be basically, it's like how you watch wrestling. You watch the actual fights in the ring, and then you watch the backstage stuff in the theater, the in-between story filler stuff.
Yeah, especially especially Lucha Underground. Okay, I'll tell you what. Give me a legalese lore with a +2 because this joint effort is sounding really good. James also says that he wants to whatever you feel comfortable with, telling stories at a later date, but he is inspired to tell about the struggles, trials, and conquests of the luchadores and luchadora from Asmacon.
All right. Well, I got a 27.
Oh
of course you do. Okay.
I love that everybody is passing paper back to each other of how about this number? How about this number? And then each looks at Rufa and passes a paper to him, and he passes a paper to her.
It's Luchas of Wall Street.
Honestly, y'all are just applying to become producers.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Rufa, Ichi, and the Edge of Legend heroes. You are now with a 50% stake in the Round the Circle Theater, owners of a live production company, with your first production, of course, being Ichi, The Legacy of Lucha. Now, of course, this is going to be in the works and it's going to be quite a while. And as this adventure continues, you will have to make choices and basically 50% ownership of this company. You're going to have to discuss the stories you're going to tell next, the actors you're going to hire, the special effects you're going to allow. But for all this work, you're getting 50% of the entire company. So welcome to that part in every campaign where the players inevitably buy a business. Your business is combative and interactive theater.
Ichi prods Rufa and says, "See, you didn't need to steal that bar at all."
Rufo was never gonna steal it. He was gonna borrow it.
Sam, you get a hero point.
Thank you.
Also, Rufus gonna kind of create the thing as R&L creative solutions.
Ooh, I
That's
like
how he's
it.
gonna.
All right. I'm R and L.
R and I. Sorry, R and I.
R and I. Okay, 'cause
R
my
and
brain,
I creative solutions.
because my brain was going to goosebumps there
That
for a minute.
sounds like a shell company. Like that's not
It
even trying
is.
to
That's
hide being a
literally
shell
what I was
company.
thinking.
Okay, so James is very excited, and he's already feeling the he even says he's like, the spirits are talking to me. The wee folk are giving me ideas. All right, I'm gonna start writing about the pride of the warrior who gives one last heartbeat for those who watch and cheer them on, and how they conquer the name of their people, but still they just have to perform. All right, listen, I'm gonna go away. I'm probably gonna drink a lot of absinthe, but I'm gonna go away. When I come back, I have a lot of questions to ask you. I want to make sure I'm really representing Lucha correctly. I'm gonna go. And he scuttles away, and Oscar goes, I have so many questions about the outfits and the combat and, of course, everything. But when James gets in a mood, I find it's best to just kind of let him go. So I'll be talking to you guys while you're on the road. Don't worry, I'll be sending ravens along the way. Is there anything else I can help you with, since now we're basically partners in this company with you having a majority stake control?
Yes. Do you know anything about the proprietors of the Coliseum? We are about to make our trip over. Any tips would be welcome, because whatever benefit you provide us, we will benefit you with our arrangement with the Coliseum.
Regrettably, I've been trying to get into that circle for quite a while. I've never quite found anyone there that will talk to anyone. But I'll say this, if anyone tells you, you just say yes. It's in your best interest. There's no asking. I just tell you.
All right. All right.
Before we
Rufa and Ichi,
go,
thank you. And Ichi, shall we be off? Much things to do.
one
Well,
more
it's-
thing. Before we go, Ichi will take out a couple gold and hand it to him and say, just get him some of the good absinthe. I want to make sure the ideas come out right. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Once the Fae start talking to him from across the field of it on, there's no guessing what's going on in that bloke's head. So I'll get the good stuff for him. So hopefully it just kind of softens the blow from the wee folk. You have a great time, and I'll see you when business is booming. So what do you guys do now?
Really quick, before as Rufa and Ichi are leaving, Rufa's gonna whisper, all right, when we go to the Coliseum, you be back up. Rufa will be good cop this time. This is very, very fun, is it not?
Yeah.
So just so I know, you guys are going to the Coliseum next, correct? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so I'm going to put a pause there. And we're going to jump to the next part, but really fast. Hero point to anyone who can guess who those two characters are based off of.
Oh.
I don't know their
Loosely at
names. I don't know their names.
What's it from?
It's the two old guys from the Muppets.
Oh,
The theater guys.
yes.
Yes,
Mhm.
They sit in the box seat.
Statler.
It's
Statler.
Statler and Waldorf.
Yeah, Statler and
Yeah,
Waldorf.
yeah. It's
I
got to be
lo-
them.
I love that you went there, but no.
But I don't know. I was
Ooh.
gonna say,
were too
did you mentioned Stephen
Nice.
Fry? Hugh Laurie did a show with old BBC skit show with Stephen Fry, I think, right?
Waldorf.
He did, but it's not that.
Oh.
Is
Producers. The producers. The
No.
producers.
One last guess, and remember, the accents are pretty dead on. Well, I mean, they're not, but they are Irish to a degree.
I don't know.
Oh man, you lost me.
Frost.
Yeah.
That just killed it.
I was like,
No one-
Frost.
No one gets the point. They're based off Oscar Wilde and James Joyce. Their names are literally Oscar and James.
Ah.
Oh.
Yep.
Why are
that
you
would've done
so
it.
educated, Mr. Megaw? Why are you so good at this? Somebody
I kind of
tip
want
the
to say
man.
I was kind of close with my Frost guest.
I
He's on
mean,
the-
God.
I'll give you points because Frost is dope and so is Thoreau, but sadly, no. I didn't mean to rhyme. But Stephen Fry did play Oscar Wilde, I believe, in something. So
Mhm.
anyway, so I have a note here. Itchy and Roof are going to the Coliseum. We're going to put a bookmark there, and we're going to jump to the Church of All Ways, as one Alona, half-elf cloister cleric of Afra, is currently itching at the cheeks, red in the face, and buzzing like a bee, and she's seeing Tobias talk to two elven clerics.
But first,
Oh,
PJ.
Alona thinks they're a bard.
Yeah, I was like, not
Yeah.
Don't put it in her head. She thinks they're bards,
I
and I
think
really
they're
want to
bards.
see this go down
Right.
this way.
Two
I
elven
even
bards.
wrote in the recap that they were bards, so I feel real.
Yeah,
real
you made me
dumb
say
dumb.
that.
I did make Ian say that. I knew I should have asked, but I was just like, it's the music bards. But before we go on, PJ, apparently people in chat are making a character sheet for you in D&D Beyond.
Oh,
So
no.
how long can you hold your breath for at most? Reap Psyche wants to know.
Okay, Rupsaki, thank you. Secondly, muscles don't come with oxygen, so I guarantee you it's not a lot. However, I have the willpower of a friggin' bull, not bullpup, nope, no pitbull. So I can hold my breath for about 45 seconds. That's a gun loading system. It's not an animal. I
That
can hold my
sounds
breath.
cute.
It does make the gun smaller.
It does. Actually, it loads in the stock as opposed to the chamber, so that when you fire and reload, the jamming isn't as bad because it's coming from the stock. And anyway,
And if I've learned anything from my significant other, smaller is cuter.
Oh man.
super kawaii. I can hold my breath for about 45 seconds, but I can probably push that to a minute and a half. I'll just pass right the hell out.
First of all, how many of any of us actually know how long we can hold our breath? Not me. Like, y'all do? Okay. What am I doing wrong?
I'm just saying because like my entire life, my cardio's been absolute crap. If you can tell from my stubby fingers, I have actually a cardiovascular condition that prevents me from having good cardiovascular flow, as well as some really weird like nasal drip. I'm basically living on like the world's most minor cystic fibrosis the world's ever seen, called cystiobranchiosis, whatever. Anyway, that's why I lift and don't run, because I can't run. So moving right along, my con ain't great. I'm strong.
Reap Psyche put it at 11
Oh, awesome. So what I'm hearing is I'm DPS, not a
in
tank.
chat.
Good to know.
I'm so excited for this.
I'm afraid to know what my stat sheet's gonna be. But you know what? We will cross that bridge when we get to it. So, Sidney, you see Tobias talking to two bards at a church. What do?
Oh, well, I am just buzzing on pre-workout, so I'm gonna waltz right up there and be like, what are you talking about?
All right, give me a quick perception check with a -2.
Ya bunch of bards.
Shoot. A bunch of bards. Tobias isn't a bard. I don't know if Alona remembers that. I didn't have my dice out.
I will say it made me laugh like crazy when chat was like, "Is this guy a bard?" And I'm like, "I mean, you don't know yet."
No, he's just a horn dog. Not all bards are horn dogs.
Thank you. I'm exhausted of that trope that all bards want to screw the dragon. Come on.
Sometimes the dragon wants to screw the bard.
Was that a
Sometimes.
perception? That was perception, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, Ooh. Well, it's not the worst, but it's not great. That's a 16.
Okay. So you're like, hey, what are you in these bars talking about? And the
I didn't s-
one, what did you say,
I
Sidney?
didn't
Tell me what.
say that they were bards. I just said, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Okay. So as you're saying that, you kind of hear the split second ending of the other person, the one talking to Tobias going, and this is why it's okay if you have to die. Oh, hey, what's up? And you see Tobias just going, hello, Alona. It's a pleasure to see you here today.
Hi. I was looking for you
Mm-hmm.
in the Church of Iron, but you weren't there.
No, why would I be there?
That's a great question. I have no idea. But I liked it a lot. And now I'm here and you're here. And I
Mhm.
walked, who are your friends?
I gotta find this in my notes really fast. Because they
Who
have
are your-
names.
who
Here
are
we
your
go.
bard friends?
So Tobias, who's sitting in the chair, kind of like elbows on his legs, kind of leans up and goes, this is the cleric of Lorien Mondan. Her name is Lotherin Alloway. And she turns and she says, it's a pleasure to meet you. How are you doing? It's great to... Wait, did you say you were from the Church of Iron? My brother owns the Church of Iron. Did you meet him?
Is their name Corellian Longrep?
Well, that's not their Fey blessed name, but that's the name they chose. Yeah, I'm trying to find the bloody bloke. Is he still there?
Yeah, he gave me a bunch of choco meat.
Oh, he's doing that. Take your chocolate meat and do your squats. It'll be great in 6 weeks' time. 6 months' time, it'll be just spot on.
Thank you. As of now, I have a temporary a strength modifier for an hour and a half, and I'm going to use it.
All right. She looks at you,
Yeah.
scared, and she goes, okay. Oh,
Not
all
on
right.
you.
Oh, good. I wouldn't want that. I just met you. You seem like a very nice lass with lots of energy, and I do love energy. Right. Oh, and this is right. So I am one of the few clerics of the Fae of Anan. My Fae of Anan, my Fae god, is Lorien Mondan. He is a leader of the beautiful symphony of song that came about when all the Fae were created. And he gave upon me a bit of that ballad of all of life. And with that, I, of course, traveled the world and I tried to share that song about life, about death, about love, about heartbreak, about ultimate demise, but ultimate beauty. And this, of course, is my friend and traveling companion. And suddenly the elf of Tezuka with this kind of like awesome mohawk just kind of like nods and extends a hand. She says, Axid Dardarin. I'm the cleric of Fieric Mistrum. I'm the Clash. I'm the Raucous. Pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. So are you a two-person band?
They look to each other and they go, no, we're not. We're not in a band. She's actually in a band. And she's like, yeah, we're kind of awesome. We're currently on hiatus because there's some whole politics going on in Shin right now, and I'm not paying attention to that. But like when that's done, we're gonna get the band back together.
What's the name of your band?
She looks to you and she goes, we're kind of potentially changing the name of the band. We used to be called Bardcore. Before that, we were called Byhard. Then we went Die Bard, and that didn't work. Then we went Three Strings, None the Richer. But we're still thinking about it. We might just be called Notes. We're working on it.
Cool.
She looks at you and she goes, you know our pray gesture?
I studied religion
Yeah.
very closely for most of my life.
She pulls out 2 drumsticks, which in her hand look like daggers. And she looks at you very, very seriously, cracks her neck, And as her drumstick starts like slicing the air, you hear a drum beat just. And she looks at you and she goes, "Speak the drums."
Yeah. Yeah.
Lala
Still
and
high on pre-workout.
what? So Lala and Alloway just goes, "Acid, Acid. She doesn't have instruments. I'm sorry, she doesn't have instruments." And Acid just kind of goes, "Her loss." And she sheathes her drumsticks like blades back in these two really cool sheaths on her hips. And Tobias is there going, I'm sorry, what are you here for exactly?"
I don't have instruments. Mm. Right, Tobias. Hi. Yeah. So, we actually have a little bit of an emergency on a more serious note. Your friends seem very nice, and I would very much like to know why you're here having such a cool, serious conversation. But the reality of the fact is we need to regroup with everybody because we sort of stumbled upon something pretty serious.
Of course. Ladies of the Fae and here, duty calls. I apologize. Cleric Alloway, I would love to poke your brain a bit more in the future. Lady Dodderin, you are truly terrifying, and you are very metal. I don't know what that means, but you are that, so thank you. All right. So where are we going? What horrible atrocity are we writing? What heroic deed are we doing? Please let me know.
We'll talk on the way. I've got a lot of pre-workout to burn. So she's gonna.
He kind of looks and goes, okay, I have no idea what that means. Alloway, help, what is pre-workout? And she goes, oh, dragon's blood. She won't sleep for a day and then she'll pass out for a week. Right. And you just leave the church.
Great. So I'm explaining on the way.
Right.
I'm assuming we're going back to the entertainment district at this point.
Sounds like a good plan. Okay. I'm going to do this one thing really fast, and then we're going to assume, unless anyone wants to do anything else in this downtime, I'm going to... Yes, Shinomotus.
This, just out of curiosity, is Shionibus able to use hunt prey on Gebzebel? Since she's already seen him once.
You've seen him. Did you mark him?
I didn't know if you had, that was my question. I didn't know if you had to mark him while having visual eye contact, or if it's just a, hey, I've seen you once and I'm going to track you.
I'll say this. I think generally speaking, you have to see your target and mark them, right, to get that benefit. But I will allow you a survival check or a lore check or a perception check, whatever feels better for you, to try and kind of get a better lead onto basically where he is or where he's going.
Can I aid in that survival check?
Go ahead and roll for that survival check if she chooses survival.
Oh, survival? What's my survival? That's not as good as perception, but to get
you can
aid,
use perception.
I want that aid. I don't trust this dice. I'm so scared. Oh, it's a 14.
I got 24.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Very nice. So, you two, you're kind of asking questions. You're tracking the environment. You get some very unsettling rumors. You find out that within Obus, the work district, there's rumors of orcs wearing red robes moving throughout Obus. You also hear of a similar thing happening in Fomsis, the district of agriculture. And last but not least, you have heard rumors and seen footwork of orcs going to the pier and docks. The local dock guard has done nothing because these orcs have not pulled weapons. They have not started anything, but you can definitely see as you're looking around, there is a few orcs wearing matching red robes in the docks of Agrippa upon Obair.
Are they on the way to the central location we're trying to get to?
They are
Like, is there just one walking by?
just like a random orc.
Yeah.
At this point in time, no. One is stationed in Obus, one in Famsis, and a few in the docks part of Wiskow. Sorry.
Okay. Well,
Claire?
no, I guess. Go ahead and say what you're gonna say, because you may
I
have
just
a better
wanted
idea.
clarification on something. When I saw him, was he full orc or is he half orc?
Good question. After traveling for at least a few weeks with 2 half orcs and staring full orcs in the face and lying to them, which again was amazing. You now know the subtle differences, and you can tell Gebzebel is full orc, genetically speaking.
Okay. Cool. Good to know.
Well, Shionibus, where are we headed? I mean, as much I'd like for you to send an arrow into this guy's back from 100 yards away, where he falls into the pier or the dock off the dock. I have a feeling that we're gonna need some more firepower.
Yeah. If we can grab everyone, I don't know where everyone is. My biggest concern is by the time we all get to the docks, he's gonna be gone.
Oh wait, hold on. Shoot. What if? What if you take Mush with you, and I go down to the docks and follow him because he thinks I'm just another part of the bar, right? He didn't know we showed up together.
He didn't know we showed up together, but PJ, was he when I first saw him and he was like naming all of us? He was naming all of us, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. He did name
named
all of us.
Woodward and, of course, the Mighty Mush. So yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry to break it to you, bud, but I think he knows who you are.
Oh.
But
Well, that's awful rude. I haven't gotten a chance to introduce myself yet.
I don't know if he knows who Tobias is, though. Did he, PJ?
He didn't mention Tobias, Morel, Hera, or Antigone. He only mentioned the heroes so far, that is Rufa, Shionibus, Woodward, Mush, Ichipon Papakui, and Ilona.
Cool. Who's the least threatening out of all of us? Minus like you, me, Ilona, Rufa, Ichi. Who's the least threatening?
Like, who we could send after him?
Exactly. Because if he knows who we are, we can't just waltz in, you know?
Do I care if they live through meeting him or not?
No?
Tobias.
That poor man. I saw that coming. Yeah, he has gods on his side, right? He'll be fine.
Yeah, he's got titles.
Yeah. We just gotta find him.
Well, let's go find Ilona.
All right. So really fast. I'll be right back. I want you guys to meet all in the center. This is before Ichi and Rufa go to the Coliseum, talk amongst yourselves, and ask Tobias if he wants to go to, meet a general of a death army. Right back.
Real quick, out of character.
I really like Michael's idea in chat.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened?
Go for it, Michael. Tell him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said least threatening, so let's send Joey.
Just said
No!
Joey.
What is wrong with you people?
Least
Yo, but that's not a bad
threatening.
idea, though. That's not a bad
Technically-
idea.
And what if Joey is like a Hulk? What if he hulks and
Yeah,
Joey
they do.
hulks out?
They do
This
it
is
in
not
movies
the
all the
way.
time. They give a kid like a couple pennies and they're like, go follow this guy. No one
Yeah.
expects the
No one
child.
expects the
Yeah.
kid.
Yeah.
I will.
That's
also
why
say
we're
We'll get him
We're
a
just
little
allowing a
news.
child to
We'll
follow
get him one
us.
of those little newsboys hats.
And with
Ooh,
the
yeah.
bags, like the burlap
the
bag.
So
bag.
he'll turning Joey to
Extra,
Oliver
extra.
Twist.
Scrolls.
Read all about it.
We'll send Joey in.
I mean,
But,
also
like-
another real talk though, out of character, Rufa really has a really high craft and deception. I think with these some good roles, disguise.
I see what you're saying. FB Burton put something else out here, which I really like, which is Mush and Joey in a trench coat. If we're gonna go for the disguise, we should just
Joey's
go.
on top though. Joey has to be on top though.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. We did meet that guy who's almost
Okay,
a dog.
Really quick, does anybody
investigator.
remember
Look
the
me
Little
badger.
Rascals movie, the new one, where they're like on top of each other in a trench coat and has that giant fake beard?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what we
Oh
need.
my god.
We need.
I was actually just talking about that movie today.
Oh, hey,
okay,
GM.
We decided. We
Yeah,
decided.
PJ,
PJ.
change the
It's gonna
plan.
be,
Whoa. I heard y'all talk about movies while I was gone. I
Yeah.
gave you an opportunity. No, I'm kidding.
No, we decided it's gonna be Woodward and Joey on top of each other in a trench coat
Oh
No,
no!
Mush.
It's
No,
gonna
no,
be
it's
mush.
mush.
It's gonna be mush.
and Mush. Okay, with a fake
And
beard.
Joey in a trench coat.
So Mush and Joey in a trench coat are gonna go talk to Geb Zebel.
Yeah.
Okay,
fake
I'm making
beard.
notes. I'm just making
No.
sure.
No.
Joey.
Okay. Well, who we sent? Oh, Tobias. Yeah,
I
we
don't
sent
know. I
Tobias.
kind of like this Joey idea. I'm not gonna lie.
I
Mm.
like the Joey
I like
idea
it. It
because
makes
I know
sense.
he's gonna kill us one day. He's some sort of. I mean,
Joey's
Issa
a Hulk.
literally
Get rid of him
didn't
now.
want
He's a
him
Hulk.
near him. Yeah.
Right. But
Rip
like he's
now.
not on trial and he's not guilty.
Okay. Yeah,
Until-
but you're just about to send this kid, and you just handed him fantasy internet.
Yeah.
He's not gonna turn out okay.
Yeah.
We're not-
Are
like,
you saying that video games ruin people, Ian?
No, I'm saying an elder god playing a video game gives him bad ideas.
I'm okay with sending Tobias
Okay.
or Morel. Tobias and Morel.
Just
Let's send them
Joey.
both.
on top of each other in a giant.
One huge person.
Just out of character clarification for me and chat, we have no indication that Joey is anything other than a human child at this moment,
No.
except for our own trust issues.
Yes.
Isawa wanted him gone, and Isawa
Yeah.
has a child. If anyone can handle a kid, it's already a dad, right? And
Okay, but like
good.
who just
he's like, no,
wants
leave.
a
Thanks.
child?
I just wanted to
But, like,
clear it up just in
literally,
case
that's
anyone
the
was wondering.
Thing. Rufa suspects everybody anyway, so
Y'all, this kid makes me nervous. I'm not even gonna lie. And I
Listen,
work
just
with kids. like,
because
But your Aunt Chi Chi.
Yep, but
Yeah,
all
that's
exactly.
why. Get rid of him.
all the dwarves said there was no humans,
Yeah.
right? There was no human children.
And with
Right.
this weird scar, like you gotta.
so
Harry
you
Potter.
what? You don't trust him because he has a deformation? Is
Because he
that
has a
why?
Harry Potter scar. Harry Potter literally almost destroyed all of the school.
He was saved everybody.
But it wouldn't have happened if he wasn't there to begin
but
with.
imagine all.
We know who's a
remember,
Slytherin here.
all the collateral damage.
No, I'm
Okay,
just a
so
really
we've signed
paranoid
up.
Hufflepuff.
Yeah, so Sydney, who are you picking, Ron or Hermione? Because you're apparently signing up with Harry over here.
Look,
The rest of us are going, that's
as
trouble.
as the GM and a Gryffindor, I'm gonna crack the whip a bit and say, let's focus. Who are we sending to
that's
go
true.
talk to?
We'll send Tobias.
Okay. Okay.
Let's send Tobias.
Don't be wrong. That was amazing. I loved you guys having a fight about that. Okay, so Tobias, you guys are saying okay. So give me a diplomacy check to get Tobias to go because he's like, I just
Yeah.
walked with
Who's
this
gonna roll
bubbling
it?
teapot
that
of a
me?
human being. Anyone, because
No.
Tobias
I'm
is like,
gonna roll
I
it.
just walked with this bubbling teapot of a human being who kept telling me about Big Bad Green Bad Man, and now you want me to go talk to Big Bad Green Bad Man?
What?
Who's rolling it?
persuasion?
I think all three of us rolled
25.
it.
Are we all
20.
going for
Are
it?
you already okay?
All right. Wait. Who's the 25? I heard a bunch of voices. Okay, Shonibus. 25 is gonna be enough. Shonibus, what do you say? What do you say to Tobias to get him to go and do this? And a Scooby Snack ain't gonna cut it.
She's going to walk up to him and like touch his arm and be like, "Hey, I know this is a lot to ask, and I wouldn't ask this if it wasn't such a dire situation, but it would honestly make honestly help us so much if you just did this one thing." And she's like gonna like touch his hair and like flip her own hair. If you just did this one thing for us and just went to the docks and went and talked with him and like bat her eyelashes.
Tobias kind of like, here's the thing where he like kind of licks his teeth and kind of like smacks against his teeth and looks away and he goes, I know that you're playing me. You're lucky, you're cute, and I like it. All right, I'm gonna go to the dog because I'm gonna talk to this absolute asshole. Wait, do you want me to talk to him or just keep eyes on him? What do you need me to do?
Woodward?
Yeah, you know what? That's a great question there, Tobias. How about, well,
How about we just keep eyes on him? I want my
just
wine
keep
back,
eyes on him. I don't think conversation. See, Shionabis had a conversation with him and didn't go too well.
Didn't go well.
So, how about you just watch him.
Right,
But like, make sure you're at least 25 feet away.
Right. I'm gonna make that 50. So how am I supposed to contact you when I have intel as to his movements exactly?
Oh, well, see, I'm the second in command of the dogs, so they know who I am.
Mm.
So you got to find a dog, and then they'll tell me that you saw him, and then I can send a message back.
Are we talking because you're a druid, mate, and you talk to canines? Is that what this is?
No, don't.
I saw that coming.
Look, I got one animal friend, and I'm good. I don't need all of them. You've never talked to a squirrel. You don't need their conversation. Okay? So they're annoying. They can't keep things straight. The dogs are these great group of people I met back in the last city. So there's got to be some here. They're basically this network of people who actually do good things for people instead of the government. And so you gotta go find one of them, and then they'll get back to me. Wait, I haven't seen Zashmaru in a while. Oh shoot, where'd we leave him? Hey, okay, hold on. No, just get one of these guys. Tell him to find Woodward, second in command of the dogs.
They're usually digging around in the trash.
Hey, hold on, that's not their fault. Again, government's problem. Get them to come find me.
You see Tobias just kind of with his actual metal blue eyes just kind of searching into the heavens for strength and goes, all right, I will talk to a dog and tell them everything I'm seeing and let you know about it. This can't possibly go wrong. But don't worry. No matter what happens, I will make sure to follow Gebzebel and report back to you. That's a promise. And then he just kind of turns and starts kind of doing a half jog because he's still wearing plate mail. Half jog away from everyone in the direction of the docks. Congratulations, you have sent Tobias Raphaelis. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. That was an awesome gift. Thank you so much. Tobias Raphaelis, House Raphaelis, Grand Hospitalier of the Platinum Hammer, is now running off the docks to go spy on Gebzebel.
Really quick, if all of us are here, Rufus is going to kind of go out loud, say out loud, ooh, Rufa has a bad feeling about this.
Shionabis is going to turn and do a fist bump to Woodward.
All right. I'm going to give Woodward and Shionabis a hero point. So now that Tobias is running off, what are you guys going to do in the meantime?
I would like to try to find out if there are any dogs in this city.
Are there any dogs in the city? Awesome.
Yeah.
After the fact.
Also,
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Also,
after.
big shout out and thank you to Tyler Highborn. Thank you so much for the tier, for the sub. Yeah, okay. Give me a perception check or a survival check as you are basically searching for a very specific kind of thing in this city.
Ooh, I got a 28 perception check.
Yeah, sure enough, you recognize the MO. Now, because the city seems to be a little bit more, how to put it, taken care of, there's less brotherhood. There's less dogs in the city, but you do find a few. The minute they see you, they kind of go, "Oh, hi, sir. Good to see you, sir. I don't have my armor on or my weapon at this time, but I can find it if you need me to just boogaloo on some crazy I will boogaloo."
No, well, I was about to say no, but we may need your help later with lots of there. We may all need to boogaloo one person.
I'm
But
down.
so how many other dogs are in this city? Because I sent someone away to find one of you guys, and now I'm worried. You know what? If you're what are you up to?
I'm nothing. I'm currently trying to invest my time and energy into storytelling to kind of get myself out of this place. You see, the Typing Pine's got some great booze, and I figure if I could come up with a really good limerick, I could be set for a weekend.
That's you know what? That's actually a fair trade. Also, how about this? If I help you with that limerick, you can come back. Why don't you go see Tobias? So Tobias is a smug looking guy, blonde hair. He looks like a shiny dinner plate. He's just if women cringe near him, you know you got the right guy. So
All right.
you go find that guy. He should be heading down to the docks and talking to a fellow, or no, looking at a fellow in red robes. If he looks around, looking like he's looking for someone, he's looking for you. He just doesn't know it yet. So,
Got it.
yeah.
Donna didn't play Pretty Boy. Creepy.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep, got it. Done.
He proceeds to he kind of takes a few steps, stops, kind of turns back around. He goes back to this kind of makeshift box made out of just crates and abandoned detritus, and he pulls out like leather armor that is clearly just rusted and kind of falling apart. He takes some leather straps and ties it on. He pulls out this really big it looks like a paddle that you'd use to row a boat, and then you realize it's actually a sword so rusty it's almost brown, and he kind of puts it on his shoulder, this giant paddle, and he runs down to the docks, and he starts making this kind of nervous dog yip, and then a bunch of other dog yips kind of come in, and you start seeing 5 or 6 other brothers just filling the streets, and they're just running at the call of the other dogs, and they just all run to the docks.
Woodward turns around amidst the yelping and all the chaos and turns around the group and goes, settled. Just done.
The feeling is still that of something dreadful gonna happen.
Yeah, but if it's gonna happen, it'll be Tobias. So
That is true. That is true.
But like, he's one of our healers too. I didn't think this one through.
Hey, I have abilities that can help all of us. But Tobias shouldn't die because that seems like a waste.
I'd say he was gonna die. I mean, that's a
Oh,
lot.
did Alona.
I don't know.
You're the healer we like.
Incapacitated, maybe.
Yeah.
Hera kind of like whispers, like, I hope he doesn't die. I still have to ask him on a date sometime.
Oh God, please don't.
Does
Please
Woodward
don't.
hear that? Does she just say that to everyone?
She said it kind of under her breath. If you want to hear it, you can make a perception check and beat a 15.
Math 17. Woo.
15.
You two hear it.
Hey,
28.
Yeah, definitely.
I've got no advice on this situation. But I want to let you know one thing I do know about him. If he gets down on one knee, it doesn't always mean marriage. So you got to really wait for him to say something before he gets to that point.
Does he do that a lot? Does he go
Yep.
on one knee a lot?
Yep, he gets down on one knee. He proposed to all the girls all the time. You don't want to go down this road.
And
Raise your
Woodward.
standards, hun.
And
You
Woodward.
deserve it.
Wait, are we there? We're not there, are we?
Oh, and
You're
Hannah,
all there. You're all there.
Oh,
Hannah,
me and
yeah.
Rufa are with the group.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Hannah, dear, Rufus gonna say this. You could do better. But if you want him, there is a proverb that the gods look after people like Tobias.
Oh,
Ichi
dear.
sees everyone kind of down on Hera's crush. And after the makeover montage we just went through, Ichi's like, listen, if you want some of that man, you go get some, all right? It doesn't have to
Hey.
be forever, okay?
Yeah.
You get to know him. It
Yeah.
could work out. It could not work out. Don't listen to anybody else, all right?
Hey, whoa! I'm talking down on him. I'm just looking
Yeah.
like that. She could walk up to anybody in town and they'd be like, "Hello," right? So,
That's true.
but
You can get
I'm
so
just-
many drinks at the tavern for free, hun. Like, you don't need him.
he kind of
know,
smells like badger pee. Like, you don't really.
They have a point. You could get anyone, but you know, go do what you want. Live your life. You're beautiful.
Yeah, I don't want to stand in the way of anything. I'm just trying to let you know.
So long as he treats you right.
says-
Because if he doesn't, I will punch him.
Rufa just says, rent to own. Best advice Rufa could give you. Rent to own.
And Antigone's just sitting there going like, thank God I'm married. This dating scene is bullshit.
That's that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a small group of people right now. I feel like if you guys stayed put in one of these cities, you could meet, anyone you wanted. But I mean, the small group of people you got, I guess Tobias ain't the short straw.
So in chat, Reap Psyche quoted a song that fits this perfectly. And he said, men are trash, but maybe you're a raccoon.
I love that so much.
I absolutely saw that. That made me laugh. I didn't want to say that, but Psyche, that is hilarious. Okay, so what do you guys do next? You have Tobias down by the docks with a good contingency of the dogs there with him. I know in theory, Rufa and Ichi were thinking about going to Coliseum. Hera, Antigone, Morel, and Joey are still kind of there hanging out. Morel is holding the boxes with the Dreammaker 5 in each arm. And Antigone's just like, ugh, thank God I'm gay. So what are you guys doing next?
Question. I'm assuming that Shionibus and Woodwort told everyone about the Blue Rock orc tribes coming 1 week, and then the General Korokos coming in 3 weeks, because we sort of like skimmed.
Yeah, so Lona, hear me
we
out.
did.
The reason we ended up sending Tobias that way.
Oh yeah, we didn't give you guys a
not-
full plan. My
You're
bad.
not gonna believe this. Shionibus has got a crazy story at a bar. How about you take it away?
Why you gotta
You're
put
just
this
sending
on me?
Tobias away.
Yeah, you don't need a reason to do that.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
That's
I
true,
don't.
but I mean these reasons are good, so we're gonna put them out there. Lot of bad mamba jambas heading this way, like a lot of them.
Yeah, we have the Blue Rock tribe on their way in maybe 3 days, or so, or sooner. Could be later. I really don't know at this point. I'm gonna say a rough 3 days. I have Korokos on like almost every continent. I have whole bunch of countries already taken over. He stole my wine. What else? What am I missing? Woodward.
Well, honestly, the hooch was the part I remembered. You don't take anyone else's hooch, but oh wait, there was parts you couldn't read. There was he's talking to somebody in a language we do not know.
That's right.
Can I
That's
take a
right.
look at it?
Yeah, she's gonna pull out both letters and really everything that she took from the office.
Rufa is just gonna put his hands together and just take a deep breath. So You are saying the usual.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it is
the
kind of
fact that I stared Jeb Zebel in the eyes and then he was gone is kind of worrisome. So
But we
it's like
found
not
him.
usual, but like,
We found it.
So you put yourself in danger. The usual.
no, I gave us a leg up.
To
So I
be
got all this
fair,
paper.
we didn't know he was in the room Shionibus was going into, and I was intoxicated at the time.
So
Yeah.
does all of this mean that like the war is coming here like tomorrow-ish?
I'm worried about it because I feel
In
like
the
we
week?
already dealt. Yeah, we dealt with a lot of this.
This is gonna be really bad for business. Rufa.
Yes.
Business?
Oh yes. We own part of a theater now.
You bought a theater
No.
While we're
Invested.
at-
Invested.
while we're at war.
In a theater.
Invested.
Well, shoot,
Is
looks
how
like we
they
found a
say it.
safe zone. When this when this rocket takes off, we can use that building, I guess.
Right? Maybe it'll be the one that won't get destroyed in this ambush.
Considering our luck, I would not hope Rufo would not hold his breath.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great. I'm going to see if I can recognize that this is Thieves' Cant on these letters. Can I do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Actually-
What would you like me to roll?
Actually, can I help?
Yeah,
I have
sure.
underworld lore.
Yeah. You can roll a give me a lore check, Alona. Do you have lore underworld or lore any sort of levels in rogue?
No.
I
Okay.
do have underworld lore.
Okay. Then you guys can roll lore
Yeah.
lore underworld or just
Uh,
lore.
I was gonna say, Alona, do you want Rufo to roll underworld and you aid him instead?
I mean, I got a 22
Oh, okay.
for just general lore. So, I mean, if you want to, I have a feeling we're going to be fine.
Alright.
Just an inkling.
Call it a hunch.
28.
28. Really fast. Who reads
Sweet.
Goblin?
Maybe me?
You speak Goblin, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you good.
Did I learn to read it?
Generally speaking, when you can speak it, you can read it. It's kind of a cool little thing about fantasy worlds. If you can
Yeah.
speak it, you can read it.
That's an amazingly cool thing about fantasy worlds.
Right? I wish I could do that. I'm just like, I hear noises. I have no idea what letters mean. So yeah. I will say, you guys start kind of reversing during this Thieves' Cant. The Thieves' Cant is in Goblin. It's just one code after the other. But eventually you're able to break it down. And what it basically says is Spymaster Snagglefoot reporting to General Zebel. Xanakin has been found and is creating a new front. He seems to be listening to Korokosa's orders, but something's not right. Meanwhile, I've been tracking the heroes since they left Adolphon Prime. They're looking to stop you. They seem very interested in the coast, and they seem very interested in your generals. We recommend pushing up the negotiations to today with the Blue Rock, as time may be of the essence. It is Spymaster's also recommendation that we try to mobilize Xanakin right away, back to the front against Adolphon Prime. With reports from Manglemaw that the superweapon is ready and in the field, we should push that forward. This is just your Spymaster speaking. You can do with this what you will, but they are coming to Agrippa upon Obair. I lost them at Mollymoss, but they're coming.
Okay. Who who is creating a new front? Just one more time. What general is that?
Xanakin, champion
Did I
Xanakin.
miss that? Xanakin.
What-
Okay. What's up?
Who did we talk to? Sorry, left Lost us at Molly Moss.
He probably lost. He
I'm trying
probably
to track it back.
he probably lost us at Molly Moss because Molly Moss is an insane place.
So
Just madness.
I hope they got Jeremied.
Well, you can tell the letter was written by Snagglefoot and not Jeremy, so you think they're okay.
it's a spy master, so I'm curious about, like, they could literally be anyone.
They don't
But it's-
necessarily even have to be goblin.
That's a good point.
Like, no, we met him after Molly Moss. I was really afraid I got a clan dagger to a goblin.
No.
Oh, this is gonna take.
My
I can't
thought
think-
is maybe they didn't even come in. They saw us approach Molly Moss, and then once you hit Molly Moss, don't you kind of like disappear? So it's like they watched us go into Molly Moss, but didn't follow.
Or no, go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
Rufus gonna tap his chin. Oh no! Quite recently, friend Olona and friend Itchy, we ran across a very well-respected and skillful team of investigators, and they seem to be on the same case as us. Detective Bonegard, and perhaps with their aid, they could perhaps aid us in finding information about this, since it does seem that our situation seems to be about the same.
Should bring this to
You
them.
know, you make a very good point, Rufa. If we know where they are, they said they went to the housing district.
Yes, housing district.
What is it, Woodward?
Well, we rescued those people from the goblin stronghold, right?
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't take much to stick somebody in disguise in a cell, hoping to get pulled out.
They've been tracking us since Adolfon Prime.
Well, they said they lost us. That doesn't. Yeah.
They've been tracking us since Adolfon Prime. They lost us in Molly Moss, and they found us again in Agrippa upon Obair. Or they said we were heading this way.
If you need to, you can make a military lore.
Ooh.
Oh, I have warfare. I'm an expert in warfare now, actually.
Yeah.
Hey, no joke. Did we take Jeremy with us into Molly Moss?
No, he was with Isuo at the time.
Joey?
Cool,
I believe so. I believe he's been with Isuo for a while.
Yeah, Joey's been with Isuo since before we even battled all the gigantic super orcs, which is a while ago.
PJ,
Mm-hmm.
on my warfare row, I got a 30.
Okay, you know a spy network moves in both independent and dependent circles. You know that the spy master is a dependent circle. They are the hive of information. They are the one that tells the spies to go out, come back with information, gather that information, resend out spies, and then give back the intel as necessary. The spy master, in theory, doesn't always go into the field. If anything, there's a strong chance that Snagglefoot themselves is not actually employed in the field, but whoever their spies are, and they could be literally anything, a goblin, a bird, whatever they're using as intel, they are in the field and they're reporting back to Snagglefoot independently.
Okay. Rufa's going to relay the information back to the party and then goes, we can perhaps set up a counter to that, or at the very least discovered these spies that they sent out. But as they say, more hands make short work. But in this case, Rufa will humbly say that this is, if you want to do this quickly, he would perhaps need the help of Miss Precious. She is well known in the field of espionage.
I mean, I got no understanding of going about this all secret like. So I think if you're gonna find anybody, it's probably her.
Hmm. Out of character, I'm basically suggesting using lore underworld with aid from Precious to what is it? I think the skill says we could do a information networking thing with lore knowledge. I
Okay.
think.
Cool. So, two bits of information that are important at this point in time. You know, Precious and Beauregard are in, give me a second, Somcod, which is the housing district. They're looking for potential places to stay. So you can go there and find them if you want to work on a counter dragnet to fight the spy network. But as you're starting to figure out this plan about whether or not you want to fight the spy network that Snagglefoot represents, one of the dogs comes back running, exhausted, red in the face. And once they see you guys, they stop. Hey, how's it going? Okay, so listen up. Here's what happened. Okay. I was there at the dock. We were all there. We found your pretty boy, blonde, very handsome guy. He was there. He didn't do nothing. Nobody know how. He's good. He's good. We saw one of two things. Number one at the top. We found your orc, red robe, big old beard, glasses. Very weird looking. I ain't never seen no orc wearing glasses. Secondly, he's standing at the end of a pier and a boat's coming into port. And it's coming in with a flag. And ain't no flag I ever seen on this continent. Yep, no how. Yep, no.
Describe the flag.
All right, so whole thing's blue. On top of that, we got a skull. On top of that, pile of coins and a spear going through both.
Out of character, PJ, is that the flag that I think Itchy and or was it Chonibus or Itchy with Rufus saw in the mines or the prisoner thing? We saw a flag.
I think I'm going to have to make you roll a check for that, my boy.
Can I roll my own check since I was there?
Of course.
What are we rolling?
Give me I'm gonna say give me just a raw intelligence check. D20 plus intelligence modifier. I'll even consider it trained because you guys know how your brain works.
What's the bonus for trained again?
Your level plus 2.
Ah, got it.
27.
Okay.
19.
So you're thinking about it and you're like, the flag you saw was a little different, but it's basically the same premise. So it's like same armada, different ship.
Right.
Right,
So
it
it's
is.
the Blue Rock Tribe Mariners. They're here today.
I think so. So at least one of them. Ain't the whole flotilla. That's for damn sure. But is at least one.
What if he's just jumping on the ship and they're gonna keep going?
Yeah, no. I
I
wish.
mean,
I don't think
Not
so,
even
but like
Tobias is that
possibility.
foolhardy.
sh-
A
What?
fool, yes, but not haughty.
I think we're at war.
I mean, we already knew we were at war, but like,
Yeah, but now, like, okay, you know what? I'd rather raise an alarm just so he knows we know he's up to something, right? At least get him on his toes.
Should we also not alert the city itself about
That's what the dogs are for. We should send there, Alona.
garrison, the guards?
If we get all of us down there,
Mhm.
do you think you and Tobias have the potential of calling on anything to help us?
We can sure as hell try.
Shionibus, warm that bow up because we're gonna need it.
she's
If
already has her bow out and docked an arrow.
Woodward looks at the dog and he goes, "Okay, gather everybody you can and start spreading the word. This boat needs to be known, whether it's war or not. if he knows that we're on to him, he now realizes he's lost the element of surprise.
But we haven't. What if we, now hear me out, this might be a really dumb idea, and that's okay. What if we place ourselves at different parts, and as they're coming into town from the docks, we at least get a little bit of a ambush on them? Because they know we're here, they just don't necessarily know where.
True. If you do not mind, if we could add something, perhaps we could also set up a small little rowboat, fill it with tar and alchemist fire, and perhaps little
Blow up the ship,
boom.
Rufa. Do you want to blow up the ship?
I mean, if it'll help our cause, why not?
You hear Morel chuckling. You're finally setting fire to something productive, mate. I appreciate the initiative. But if I'm going to be talking tactics, if you want to do an ambush, tragically, this place is divided by 5 bridges across 2 massive bodies of moving water. We're going to have to find a killer box, and quite frankly, the only kill box reliable from the location of the port is the market district.
Quick question: when the ship comes in, will they need to go under the bridges?
No. All right, so I took the tool, I found the pamphlet, and he pulls the pamphlet open. And he goes, "You see, due to the natural waterway that moves in a cycle from the south end of the city, the entire town opens up to a major waterway. They wouldn't have to pass by any docks or channels. They just have instant access to the ocean air. So whatever Blue Rock mariners and marines that want to invade us, they can do so easily from the docks and then flood from the south end of the city with no problems until they hit at least the market square."
Okay. So you're saying that the only kill box we have is the market district. So we have to lure them to the market district. That's fine. We can do that. We just need the dogs to spread
Right.
the word to every single shop to bar their doors and bar up their windows and make sure nobody's in the streets. And then I bet we can successfully get an ambush in on them. But we have to warn everybody first, and they are coming. So we need to go now.
Sure. That's going to be a plan. Have you had a chance to talk to some of the natives of this city, by the way?
Not
They
really.
how to put this politely? They're a wee bit stubborn. Go to the typing point and see what happens. I tried there once. Jovial folk, very keen, very sharp. They won't go without a fight. But at least we have an army of innocent civilians.
But that's better than, she's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 of us? 8, 7? How many we actually have?
If you count the 6 dogs, at least 14, maybe 15. And these
There are a
are
couple civilians that might know what they're doing.
Yeah.
You might win this.
All right. It's at this time that the dog that you've spoke to, Ian, starts doing a very specific yip and cry. Give me a nature check.
Ooh.
Doggy war cry.
26. Excuse me.
He is
25.
calling the pack around, and they are getting ready for war.
I'm going to roll a nothing. I got a 9 to try to copy it as a performance check.
So
Woodward's gonna try.
You know that meme where it's like, "Spartans, what is your profession?" Ow, ow, and so he goes, "Ow, ow, ow."
Moon.
Yeah,
Say who brought Moon?
you go for Moon, my dude.
Great. I think Woodward after this cry, clearly heroic cry, he looks to the rest of the group and he says, "Well, we're at it again. You ready to blow this shindig?"
Rufa,
Let's go.
sorry.
Was that Sidney?
I just said, let's go.
Okay. Rufa's gonna take his cane and just kind of try to do the motion of cracking it like a whip, and in mid swing, it actually turns into a whip.
Nice.
So
Nice. Morel just kind of goes, all right, I'll rally the locals. And we're going to take our 5-minute break there. When we come back at 9:52, the battle for Agrippa upon Obair will break into full swing. I honestly thought it was going to be a boss fight at the docks, but we decided to saddle up and get ourselves a warring. So I'll see you in 5 minutes, 9:52. See you then. Hello there. How's it going, you absolute legends, you? Great to see you back from the break. We are here. You've joined us at a wonderful time. Sorry, I blame Ian. He did this amazing pose, and I was like, now I'm inspired. You're joining us now, coming back from a 5-minute break. And this is why I love this game. I did not intend on having the Battle of Agrippa upon Obair today. No. I intended on something else. But you know, when your players give you gold, you mine that sucker. So right now, we're having the battle for Agrippa upon Obair. Without further ado, so it sounds like there is some pre-planning happening. I'm going to need some checks really fast to set A, the ambush, B, the reserve, and of course, C, if you wish, the triage. That being said, who is going to be in charge of the ambush? I think it was Shonibus who mentioned it. Do you want to start the ambush? Yeah.
Sure.
Give me a stealth check.
Is this, we're not going into initiative, right? Yet,
Nope,
right?
not yet. Nope, not yet. This is basically you setting up the kill box.
It's a 25.
Nice. 25. Okay. Sam, give me a performance check.
Oh, I was so close to a natural 20 and then it rolled over.
Aw.
Let's see what that is. Performance. That is a 16.
Okay, performance 16. Good. All right, and now I'm offering this, but you do not have to take this. Does anyone want to be a part of triage?
I'll do it.
You don't have to, because remember, Tobias is on his way. At least he's really trying.
Well, here's the
no,
thing.
you should totally not be. You have the ability to beat people up and not actually do damage to them, so we can take people and question them. You're literally built for that now.
No.
True.
Please take prisoners.
Yeah.
Also, do you
Good.
still have your extra strength?
Yeah, you still
strong?
have your
Yeah.
bonus too.
Oh yeah, I do.
Oh yeah, girl, you got to get out and fight with us.
Put pressure on the wound. I broke his arm.
I chuckled at that one.
PJ, I know we talked about this, but would it be possible to set that trap that we talked about earlier?
One second, I'm doing math really fast.
Where's the gif of the lady with all the numbers floating around her? She's like,
Yeah. I apologize, Michael. Say that again. What was that trap?
I was just asking, would it be possible to set up that trap that we talked about earlier with the little rowboat and the dinghy and the alchemist fire and tar?
It would be difficult.
I just want to say the word dinghy.
Ian, stop trying to kill an orphan. So
what are we gonna do?
I
Jeff?
will say it will require a lot of moving parts. So if you want that to be your thing, you're gonna have to give me a really big diplomacy check to kind of,
I'm
mitigate
actually built for diplomacy.
I mean, I know. That's why I'm asking. Give me a diplomacy check. It's gonna be big though.
All right.
Can we get the people from the theater to babysit Joey?
Oh, hell yeah. They're all about that. James is asking them like some really hard questions about like pain, and Oscar Wilde's like, what kind of music do you like? And they're just having a great time.
You know, we're the worst parents. We just keep passing our kid off to other people.
No, don't put me in that category.
Nope.
Not this
Yeah,
child's
at
parent.
most, I'm an uncle. Rufa's a step uncle at most.
I don't even want to be the
I'm
aunt.
I'm that friend of the playground who helped him with the seesaw. That is our entire relationship.
You're the friend with the cat.
Yeah, that's it.
But by the way, 27.
Okay. Okay.
I joke about this, but if anything
Second.
happened to Joey, I'd probably actually cry, like on
No.
stream.
No,
I don't know if I could do that.
It's because you're a good person, Ian.
It's an easy joke, but
Yeah.
I could.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Cry.
here are the steps between steps, the moments between moments, the strategy between strategy that leads up to the front lines of the battle for Agrippa upon Obair. Shonibus leads the movement on stealth. Before you know, an entire 3 units are hidden in between buildings, on top of the roofs. They're positioned everywhere for an ambush. The minute she gives the command, there's a potential full, and it depends on exactly when she gives the command, there's a full either surrounding, pincer, or second front line. If she can wait the full 3 rounds to get the right command, she can do a full surrounding action. If needs must and she does it in the second round, that's a pincer. But if she has to break it early and do it in the first round, that's a second line reinforcement. So the trick is you're going to have to hold that line, Shionibus. Secondly, Ichi's performance of a 16 has given Resolve a +1 as a bunch of bar patrons stand up, start ripping legs off tables, start cracking bottles and beer, and you start seeing a few, like the really big, burly, heavyset guy with a fiery beard gets up, pulls out a shield, rips off his tunic to reveal a holy tabard of Lorian Mondan, and he pulls out a shillelagh, and he's just like, Aaron Gobra! And he is ready for fudging war. And he starts breaking out of the tavern as a bunch of other people stand up, whip out their shirts, holy symbols to Lorian, shillelaghs in hand, and they run out to the streets. They now have a +1 on all attacks and damage as they fight. Secondly, Tobias is now running, sprinting into this alley, and he goes, 2 orcs, big bad orcs, bunch of marines, bunch of other orcs. And I hate to say this, but there's a bunch of Dark Worker sympathizers that are fighting with them. Apparently they said that we don't belong here. This is Orc land, and we shouldn't be here. So they're drawing weapons. The town guard from the dogs are coming to attack us too. I'm sorry. And he starts to set up a triage, and he starts to reinforce the front line. The front line is being held by Morel, Hera, Antigone, and any other poor, drunk, or sharp-focused bastard that's with them. Last but not least, Rufus Diplomacy. You tell one of the dogs what your plan is. He says, I ain't got alchemist fire, but I got some really good hooch and a lot of can do. I'll be right back.
That works.
He books it. So now, your plans are such: potential surrounding, potential line holding, potential triage, and potential firebomb. You just have to survive. That being said, within a few seconds, you hear the echo of marching as suddenly barreling down upon you is an army of Blackspear orcs. Gebzebel, his agents, an armada of Blue Rock warriors. Their captain, a female orc in a long blue jacket with a black leather vest, and strapped to her chest, you see just an artillery of guns strapped to her chest, and a cutlass on her back that looks like it takes 2 hands to wield. And she just comes in. Her hair is all just wild from the sea. She's got one red eye and just one eye that's milky white and a bunch of scars on her face. And you see a contingency of town guards who are just like, I'm sorry, but I'm standing on the right side of this battle. You shouldn't be doing this. And with that, roll initiative. The Battle of Agrippa upon Obair has begun.
Am I able to roll stealth for initiative, given that she's already stealthing?
Yes. In fact, if you want to, if you don't think you can roll better than 25, it'll take 25 as your initiative. Okay,
I'll do
taking
that.
And are we going with dexterity or perception? How do you want us to roll this initiative?
Perception for initiative. However, if you did a different action and would like that to be your initiative, you can.
Can I roll using basically battle tactics and everything, using my warfare lore for my initiative? It's a large. It is a
Yes.
large scale.
Yes, I will allow that because you're right now you're in commander mode. I will allow that.
Thank you. You want to tell you now?
Yes, please.
Oh, 27.
27. Okay. Sam, what's yours?
13.
Okay. Sydney, what's yours?
Also a 13.
Okay, Ilona, what is your dexterity?
0.
Sam, what is your dexterity?
3.
Okay, so Ichi's gonna go before you. Now I just need Ian. What is Woodward's initiative?
I'm going with perception on this one, so I got a 14.
Okay, 14. Excellent. Okay. Shinimus, what's your dexterity again?
Dex is a 4 plus 4.
Okay, you are going to go before Zebel.
Sick.
Right between the eyes.
Let's go.
Okay. Okay, and now for the units. Okay. The enemy unit apparently is either confused, not working for money, or kind of in low morale. They rolled a critical fail on their initiative, so they're going dead last.
Boom.
So all we gotta do is offer
Literally.
money, guys.
Yeah,
We-
boom. Literally.
Yeah, we may actually have a chance now.
So, you guys are standing in the kill box in the middle of the market square. You are seeing the place you bought a drink, the place you bought a dress, the place you bought a theater, the place you bought 2 Dreammaker 5s. And now that has turned into a war zone. You see Morel coming out with a few of the clerics of Lori and Mondan. They take out their shillelaghs, and as he screams, "Shield wall!" puts a shield down. You see a bunch of clerics just putting out shields, and you're seeing bar patrons just taking stools and putting stools out in front of them with like broken bottles and table legs for weapons. You see Heron and Antigone doing their thing in the line, and you see beyond their line Tobias just kind of going, "Triage is ready." Rufa, your turn.
All right. Okay, really quick. I just wanted to know what Rufa's doing right now. Is he just directing the dinghy attack?
Nope, the dinghy attack is taken care of. It'll take some time, but it will go off to your specifications. You got a very good roll.
All
What
right.
you need to do is
Cool.
decide if you're going to enter the fight or try to give buffs to people as you command where they're going to go.
Actually, I was wondering if I could do a third option where I want to demoralize the enemy even further.
You want to talk smack to the enemy?
Yeah, not talking smack, doing honestly like really horrible things to them, make them like, okay, F this, we're going home, not getting paid enough.
Oh, you want to affect the morale? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Um,
that'd be possible.
yes. That will take your turn, though, if you want to effectively affect, if you will, the morale of about 60 people plus 2 bosses.
Yes.
All right. So, your choice on the skill check there. You can do
Okay,
intimidate, demoralize, whatever.
I believe I guess I'm gonna try to give him like at least fear 1.
Okay.
So I think that's intimidation, right?
Yes.
Man, I cannot wait until Rufo picks up that intimidating glance that I played. Oh crap! What was the character's name? Anyway,
24.
Tessa?
Tess.
20.
Yeah.
24. Okay. 24. All of the humans in the front line have fear 1.
Run, chickens, run!
You can see the morale start to waver as the front line stops moving and kind of backs up into orcs who look at them a good 8 inches taller, like, excuse me? We need to keep going forward. And the humans are like, right. And they keep moving forward. However, though, they are a good chunk of morale done. A good chunk of morale is out of their system. All right. So, that being said, that's your turn. Next up, Shionibus. You're in your position. You can hear the footsteps of 60 people mobilizing into the city. Remember, like I said, if you let the ambush go in round 1, it's just a second line of reinforcements. If you let it go in round 2, it's a pincer. If you let it go in round 3, it's a full surrounding. What do you do?
We're gonna hold. We're gonna hold. Where is Shionibus compared to like the first line? Like, are they still like in front of her, or are they now like starting to pass her?
Mm-hmm. I will say that you can see them. However, that's up to you. You are either on the ground or you're in the air.
Oh god. She'll be in the air.
Okay. So you are on one of the many building tops with a unit of archers and some people who just have a bunch of stones and a sling, and they're just prepping slings for ambush. You also know that you have street fighters, dogs, bar patrons, and just good old-fashioned citizens ready to roll when the time comes. All right, that's your turn. I'm sorry, what are you gonna do from your position? You can spot, you can make a check, but if you do anything, you'll either give away your ambush or you'll act the ambush early. What do you do?
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna hold.
All right, holding. Next up, you hear a voice from the back start to shout. A very educated voice, very graceful, fluent, although also kind of docile and almost like it's on some sort of like narcotic. His voice come in and it says, "Remember, they took your homes. They took where you were supposed to lay your head at night, or they took from you your right to call this a home, and now you are doing the right thing. I make no lies when I say the people of this city are wrong for being here, and it is only their entitlement that allows them to call this place home." Suddenly, all of the orcs just start getting amped. You start hearing just as they are in time and rhythm, just beating a war drum on weapons, and the guard is just kind of going along with it. But the fear is starting to leave their face. Anyone can make an occult check right now for free.
One day there will be a primal spell check, and I will be there for it.
Oh, mine was not any good. Mine was a 9.
A 9, okay.
1,000.
25.
25. Anyone else make an occult check? All right, so Rufa, you recognize what Zebel's doing. Aside from sowing this idea of, well, basically what he's doing, is casting Inspire Courage to the entire army. And they are completely down with it. So, you now know that not only is the fear that they had been reduced by 1, but they're going to have bonuses against fear in the future, and they're going to hit a little harder, and they're going to move a little faster. With that, he's going to make a perception check. $25. He misses by 5 points. Zebel does not see the ambush coming still. Zebel is going to end the rest of his turn way back in the flank. as the army continues to march forward, as his agents move forward, basically just spouting his exact same rhetoric about their entitlement makes them believe they deserve this place, even though they took it from you. You see Zebel reach into his pocket, pull out a handkerchief, take off his bifocals, and he starts cleaning them. And then you see him reach back, take out a wine bottle, cork it, offers a sip to the Blue Rock orc. The Blue Rock orc takes it, swigs a bunch of it, hands it back, to which Zebel just goes, divine. Puts it back.
If I was a barbarian, I'd rage right now.
Literally, the entire raid is going, why are they mad about a bottle of wine?
For all those in the raid in the chat, curious why these people are angry at a bottle of wine, go check our episode out on YouTube. And also, thank you for the Raid Wolf song. It's awesome to see you in the chat. I love that Reap Psyche is pissed. Yes, my dude. So Zebel did his thing. Woodward, you're next.
So we've all established our place in this marketplace, so we're all waiting for this ambush to be called, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Woodward is going to look to Alona and say, hey, Gebzebel is he's controlling those people. They don't want this fight. I know you've never been here before. Well, you're not used to it yet, but you gotta be on the front line. You gotta take those people down with your pacifist ways. Make sure they survive this war, because their minds aren't their own. Let us deal with the orcs. You've got your own fight on your hands.
All right.
Woodward kind of he stands near Mush, but he starts to get really low on his haunches, and he starts kind of like hunching his shoulders forward, waiting for somebody to call something.
All right. Is that gonna be the rest of your turn?
Yep.
All right. Next up, Ichi. Are you with the front line with Morel, or are you waiting in the ambush?
I would like to try to get a beat on where Gebzebel is and position myself so that way I can make a beeline for him when the opportunity presents itself.
Absolutely. You see Gebzebel and the Blue Rock captain are kind of fading behind in the third rank of this army that's attacking you. From where you may or may not be standing, they're about 75 feet away. They are for sure 30 feet away from the two lines of armies just running into town.
Okay, so I'll position myself like towards the back of the ambush, or the wherever they would be closest to when the ambush begins, and get my retribution axe out and ready.
Okay. So you're with the ambush. Cool. Let me make a note of that. With
Retribution axe.
Yup, it is an awesome little thing, and I regret it terribly. Ilona, you're up next.
I'm the last before the beginning of the next round, right?
You are the last before the enemy floods into the market square.
Okay. If I use calm emotions now, would that prevent the battle from starting for another round as they're coming in? Or would that start the battle immediately?
How many targets does that spell affect?
It affects any target within a 10-foot burst. It has a range of 120 feet.
Okay. I believe because it is a burst, it's 120 feet. I think the burst comes from you, I think. Or you have to put it on something. It's a 10-foot burst from that position, right? So yeah, those targets...
So I can shoot it. I can shoot it at anything in a 120-foot range, and then from that point, yes, it emanates.
Yeah, a 10-foot burst. So basically I believe a 20-foot diameter. Yeah, you can go ahead and do that if you want to. That 20-foot diameter will affect. So effectively speaking, 20 of the 60 people would be under effect of that spell.
And I'm aiming for the people on the front lines, not the orcs.
At least probably more. There's more than 20, but it would be a lot. Okay, yeah. So you're aiming specifically for the people on the front lines. You can use that spell, if you wish to try and pacify or remove from combat the front line. They will have a +1 to save against it.
It's worth trying. They have to make a will save against my spell DC, I think.
Okay. All right, you're doing this?
Yeah.
All right. The humans, the town guard of Agrippa upon Obair, who have been convinced by a very passionate and intelligent argument to attack their own city, is now being forced to save against calm emotions with a +1 to their will save because of the inspired courage. What's the DC?
18.
They roll a 17. They fail.
I was very afraid of that +1 for just that minute. I was. Oh.
They're guards, but they're level 0 NPCs. The +1 was the only bonus they had. They rolled a die face of 16 +1, 17. DC to beat 18. They fail. What is the effect on the failure of that spell? Does it say?
Okay. If you fail, you are calmed to a non-violent state. That's what I have. I think it's
That'll do.
That'll do. Okay, so how many actions do you have left in your turn, Alona?
Calm emotions was 2 actions.
Okay, yeah, one more action.
Yeah.
Okay. Perception check really fast. This is not part of your action. This is a free perception check I'm giving you.
That's a 25.
Okay. Because you're going to have one action left and you're going to want to use this. The humans in front of the guard stop. And they just kind of go, I don't want to be here. I just want to be at the docks protecting this town from people who aren't supposed to be here. And then suddenly the orcs just go, Lokais, dest sam. And you see the captain just kind of they just rub her brow and she's just, Dolthun Senain Kthak. And then they turn and go, they start reaching their weapons, and you can see they're basically ready to just kill these guards in front of them for being cowards. So you have one action.
Run!
Give me a diplomacy check.
Here, point.
Use it.
$25.
25. You shout, run! With all the passion and mercy of Afra's love. The guards stop. They look around. They see their orc allies behind them just reaching for these massive cutlasses, these massive boarding axes, these massive spears with the look of, we're going to kill you because you're a coward. They look at this and they go, and they just book it towards you guys. These guards are just like, they break from the army. And you can see Morel, who kind of 2 and 2 makes 4 in his head. And he's just like, open the wall. Shields open. The guards flood through. He close formation. And then Morel turns around and he shouts, all of you, you're my soldiers now. Shoulders over, weapons over shoulders, protect thigh and neck. We're going to make a phalanx on this front line here. And now the guard are being integrated. Your front line has been reinforced by 20 people. The orcs have lost 20 guards in their attack on the city.
Lost 20 guards without a single amount of blood shed. They should be scared.
All right, so there's now 40 orcs storming the city with 65 soldiers on the front ranks and at least a 25 ambush to round them out. That was round 1.
Your audio is a
Orcs-
little low.
Yeah. So the orcs just kind of see this. Talk for talk. Talk for talk. Ah! You see blood start just dripping from their eyes. I got the note, Michael. Thank you. Blood starts dripping from their eyes as their muscles start to bulge. They grab their weapons and they charge the front line. They're now in a rage. And now 40 against 65. There is a massive clash. I've already pre-rolled it. The first strikes of the rounds go to Agrippa upon Obair. They deal about 10 casualties to the orcs as they collide with them. They bounce back, the back line throwing them into the front. Morel basically takes 2 fingers, caves in some orc's skull, throws him behind him, and throws a overhand right to the guy next to him. You see the one dude from the pint with the shillelagh just cracking skulls left and right, like playing whack-a-mole. It is brutal. Round 1 is already started. It looks like things are going well in your favor. I honestly didn't expect someone to use calm emotions to turn a tide of war. Round 2 has started. You're on the top. Rufa, what do you do?
I was wondering if. Okay, good. My audio's on. I was wondering if it would be possible for Rufa to take kind of a commander's position now to kind of direct traffic.
I will let that be in the case of buffing units. What do you want to do?
Okay, basically, since the defenders, this we're the defenders and our soldiers know their city, we're going to be using familiar terrains. I want them to basically pick and choose which, like, buildings, windows, alleyways, sewer holes, all that stuff to basically hide in without worry discovered. Do hidden strike tactics, and if they down someone, if they're close enough, take the body away so they just disappear.
Okay.
A little bit of a psychological kind of tactics there, you know?
Sure. Now, there is an ambush already in place, and for those to work, they'll have to wait for the ambush to proc. But if you want to, you can give a bonus to the ambush.
Yeah, I want to basically, create a mobile defense where moving small elements around, interconnecting battle units and, using tunnels and side streets to basically kind of defend against
Give me a diplomacy check. This will be your whole turn. This will give the ambush bonuses to not only damage, but of course this will remove orcs from the field of combat.
Cool. And I also get the +1 because of Green War, right?
Yes.
Okay, 25.
Yeah. So Shionibus, when you do enact your ambush, you're now at a +1 to hit and damage for your ambush. Not you, but your units. So, have some fun. Well, I'll give it to you. Why not? Let's have some fun. Okay, so that's your turn. Next up, Shionibus. Remember, round 2. If you do this, this will be a pincer. It won't be a full surrounding ambush, but a pincer. If you want to act now, you can. Otherwise, you have to wait one more round.
I'm going to still hold. You said +1 to hit and damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna hold.
All right, holding. Next up, Devil's gonna go. Hold on. Suddenly, Zebel just kind of looks up at Morel in the front line. And he says, Acadian, I know your game. You think that you can just be the hero. That is not something your people have ever excelled at. No, you are better suited as the oppressor that you are. And you start seeing stones start to rise as Zebel is just spouting this hate and this anger, and they fly. And you see Morel stand up and he goes, my people only wanted to help. His head is split as blood fires out of his forehead. Morel drops with one critical strike as Zebel crits Morel. The lion's morale drops as their lion commander is not dead, but knocked prone and unconscious, and he is not doing well. You hear Tobias in the back going, bloody hell, that's your commander. Get him into triage. So, with that, Zebel just kind of smiles, and he continues to say, my dear fellow Greens, these people took your home from you and called it a city. They do not have the right to call this a home. We will show them the civilization of uncivility. +1 to the orcs hit and damage, +2 total to their fear saves, meaning a +2 to hit damage and fear saves, as the orcs just start raging even further, and the blue orcs especially. Next up, the captain of the blue orcs starts getting a little angry. She pulls her jacket a little bit out. She reaches to her black leather vest, pulls out 2 guns, and just starts charging into the fray. And as she does, she jumps into the air and pulls 2 guns aside and rolls to hit on the front line. First shot goes. Hit, second hit goes. Crit. 2 of the front line drops as a sound, crack and thunder rolls out of her pistols. You see 2 of the front with their shields look up. Blood sprays from their backs. They drop to the ground. She lands behind the front line, drops the pistols, pulls 2 more out, and she says to everyone in triage, you best start making me a home, because I've come to stay. Captain Matazong of the Blue Rock tribe has entered the field of combat. Next up, Woodward. You have just seen Morel knocked to the ground as a stone basically just opens his forehead. He's, of course, his brain is in his skull, but it's split. He's on the ground. He's kind of struggling to make sense of himself. You see Tobias has pulled a sword out of a sheath hidden in his shield, and he's just like, bring me your injured and wounded. And you see the captain looking at Tobias like he's next. What do you do?
Woodward pays no attention to Morel because he's seen an entire town descend upon that man, and he still stood toe-to-toe with Shionibus. So he knows Morel is going to be okay. But Tobias and those who have been injured, he's not so sure about. If he were to move, would he give away the ambush?
Yes, he would. He would break ambush. He would break stealth.
Okay. I'm gonna, yeah. I know that holding is probably going to be the best thing for us. because we can clash in on everybody. Woodward, the true neutral, not Ian, is going to stand by and wait until the attack is made.
Okay, cool. Cool. What's Mush doing?
Mush is going to wait by Woodward. I think if he does try to get away, Woodward's going to try to call him to his side. He's really worried about him at this point because this fight is unlike anything else they've seen. The last time they were in a building with Rufa trying to make it tip over on a bunch of orcs. This time they're on a front line.
All right. So Mush and Woodward are keeping the ambush safe. Good. Ichi, it says you're currently with the ambush. Are you still with the ambush? Are you holding your turn? What are you doing?
From where I am, I don't think I can leave the ambush either without giving it away. Is that correct?
That is correct. You would break the element of surprise.
Okay. Ichi is on the edge. She is ready to rage, but she's not gonna rage. She's holding it in. And the only thing keeping her from running out there is knowing that all of these wonderful people that she fights with knows tactical things a lot better than she does. So she's gonna stand there and she's gonna keep her eyes on Zebel and the sexy pirate orc lady and try to watch them as best she can and decide who is the most immediate threat that she should go for when she has the chance.
Good question. So I'll tell you what, if you want to have me guess which is the more immediate threat, give me a perception check. Depending on how well you do, I'll tell you either information about them or what the bigger threat may be.
That's gonna be a hero point we're gonna use for that. I'm glad I have so many. that was gonna be really bad. All right, we have a 17.
Okay. I'll say this. Short-term threats, you're understanding that Captain Madazong of the Blue Rock tribe is probably the most dangerous threat short-term because she one shot, one kill, and she can do a lot of damage up the front really fast. Once you kind of counted, you think you've counted about 8 or 10 pistols on her person. Once she's out of pistols, she's got a giant sword. She can start swinging. She's a problem, but she's an unknown. Zebel seems to be crowd control like you wouldn't believe, and with a few angry words, he basically downed Morel. So long-term Zebel, short-term Matazong, and you're not quite sure how to play it, but those seem to be your two choices.
Got it. I'm just going to, within the ambush space, rearrange myself so that way I can go for the captain when the time comes.
Captain Matazong, good. Remember that. When your turn comes, the ambush breaks. I want to know that information. All right. Ilona, what are you gonna do?
For clarification, am I in the ambush or am I on the front lines?
I actually didn't get clarification as to where you were, but I'm assuming front lines-ish because you did your spell. But
Yeah,
you can give me clarification as to where you feel she is.
she's on the front lines
Okay.
for this one. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. She is going to cast Command
Okay.
on Captain Metazont.
All right. Matazong.
Metazong, yeah.
All right. It's a willpower save. Am I right?
Yes, it is.
What's the DC to beat?
18.
Okay. You try to cast command on her. What do you say to her?
I tell her to drop her weapons.
She turns to you with pistols drawn and she says, "No, but I'll be taking yours off your hands." She rolled a 14 on the die phase, plus her bonus makes that as, if that's not a success, it's a critical success. Unfortunately. But the good thing is, now she just wants to kill you.
Oh, sweet, great. Where is she in my range?
She is about 15 feet away from you.
Sweet. Well, command was just one action, so I'm going to put sanctuary on myself.
All right. So that's on her turn if she wants to shoot you. That is a willpower save, correct? To actually shoot you?
Yeah. Wait. Ward against creature enemy cannot attack. Yeah, I don't know what kind of save. I think it's a willpower save.
Mm-hmm.
And if
Okay.
you know, if they fail to save, bad things happen to them. So
Absolutely. Okay. Awesome possum. So you are now sanctuaried as this captain is looking at you, and as she smiles, you can see almost like 2 rows of shark teeth in her mouth. As this giant evil grin just kind of stares at you.
okay.
The enemy is going to go. I've already rolled that. The front line will lose another 7 as the orcs proceed to overpower them. With their frontline commander down, their shields are strong. However, bar patrons and random clerics without their frontline commander does not make for a strong front line. Now, granted, 7 people down, plus the 5 already knocked out of commission are bad, but the numbers still look better for the front line than the orcs that are invading. That's round 2. You are now at 53 on your front line. Your ambush of 25 is still in reserve, doing great, but the orcs of 40 have not been touched since the guards left rank and file. Top of round 3. Rufa, what you gonna do? You're muted, my dude.
Sorry. I have 3 options. I have an idea of what I could do with Malazan, but also have an idea of overall battle tactic, and also how dangerous would it be for Rufa to take command of the front line?
To step where Morel fell from?
Yeah.
I mean, it's... Considering you don't have a shield, pretty effing dangerous, my dude.
I mean, he has a dueling cape.
Yeah, okay, dueling cape. Your choice. Your choice.
You know what? I think I'm gonna address the more important right now thing is Malazan?
Matazong.
Matazan. Yeah. I was wondering if Rufa could direct troops with basically long spears or pikes, or essentially long sticks, you know, to kind of capture her or something, you know?
You basically want to send a unit to go take her on one by one and capture. Now remember,
Not one by one. Have them all move as one giant unit. So basically, it would be like 20 on 1.
sure, let me remind you, you have 25 in ambush and 53 on the front lines. Where are you getting these people from? The ambush or the front line?
Can I take a little bit from both?
Give me a warfare lore or warlord. Give me that check.
Don't pull my cover.
$27.
27. You know that if you pull anyone from the ambush, you risk ruining the ambush on the most opportune moment for the ambush to fall in. If you pull from the front line, you know that you may or may not risk killing people fighting Matazong and weakening the front line. You're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If you want to capture this enemy officer alive, you may have to wait until the other enemy units are destroyed and make sure that it is 30 against 1 and morale dictates life or death.
Sidney, you got this, right?
Yeah.
You can hold a turn, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Alright.
Wait. What?
Okay.
Wait. What?
No, I said you can survive a turn without me immediately helping you, right?
Yeah, I'll be okay, Michael.
I'm looking at the overall bigger picture, okay?
I know.
All right. So this is what Rufa's gonna do. He's going to basically set it up. He's basically setting the stage. In the side streets, side alleys, order people to basically create large, like small fires, but that create a lot of smoke to create cover, obscure vision for the enemy, to basically make it as inhospitable
Yeah,
for
I
them
get
as
it.
possible, you know?
I love it. Here's what I want you to do. Give me a deception check
Yeah.
to basically start the smoke fire. This will basically give your unit, your front line, partial cover. So they'll get a +2 to AC.
Yeah, because it'll be visual and also smoke, choking, burning garbage, basically.
Yeah, whether it's a -2 or a +2, either way, it's the same effect, but it's brilliant. Give me a deception check.
Well,
Is that a natural 20? Natural 20. There we go. Okay, the enemy is now at a -2 to hit. Or you have a +2 to AC, however you want to cut it. Bottom line is that you now have an advantage for your team. I'm going to call that your round, as it basically takes all 3 actions to start this smoke fire.
okay.
It happens quickly from the garbage. The dogs are trying to do what they can. What few dogs are here for combat that are not sadly shot.
Yeah.
That'll be your turn. -2 on the enemy. Beautiful. Including Madazong, because she's in the middle of that smoke fire.
Yeah.
And you know, I'll even put that on Zebel because he has it. So that being said, Shionibus, it's a top of round 3. This line has been brutalized, punished, destroyed. It is moving back, and their commanding officer has been almost killed in action, bleeding from the head on the floor of the marketplace of Agrippa upon Obair. Do you enact the ambush, or do you wait one more round to make sure you can totally flank them? You're right now at a circle. What do you do?
Oh God. Okay. Gotta think logically here. Has the army gone past? Because I imagine she'd be at like the first building, like closest to them when they first came in. Had they already passed her building?
They have indeed. On this round, they've been able to push the line back deeper in, so you know even your ground units would completely circle them.
Okay. You guys got this. We're holding one more round.
One more round.
That was so rad.
Sorry, guys. I gotta get this full one. I gotta get this full one.
I will add more bonuses. Here's the gambit, my lady, that I will give you. Right now, if you were to unleash the arrows and unleash the ground troops, they'd be flat-footed permanently because they're surrounded. However, because you want to play it spicy and dangerous, not only will they be flat-footed, but their morale will take a D20 hit, and maybe I'll give them slowed ones. They can only take 1 less action around. That's including Matazong, not Zebel, but Matazong. If the front line isn't debilitated by the top of your next round, that is what you can do. That being said, hop, skip, and a jump, it's Zebel's turn.
Sanctuary!
You ran this line.
Okay, Zebel, he full action. You can see him kind of crack his head, and he just starts summoning this deep rhetoric as he just starts saying, like, the footsteps of these people are based upon the very demise of your way of life and culture, and only by stepping against them faster can you destroy the stampede of the world crushing your way of life. And as he does this, you start seeing the orcs just getting freaking amped as he casts an army-wide triple time. Their speed is enhanced, their movement is enhanced, they're already raging, they're buffed out the gourd, and they're ready to break the front line. And as he does this, he then starts saying, and I will see a pretty little whelp crushed for his efforts, and starts throwing some rocks at Tobias. The rocks fall, just fly. Tobias is sitting there in the triage, and he just kind of stops. and he shield bashes the rocks out of midair, and he goes, "Mate, I'm a Grand Hospitalier. I ride the pilgrimage from the Platinum Hammer all the way to the blasted lands of Minerva's Last Stand. If you want to talk shit, boy, get a book and do better. That's all I'm saying." And on that, Tobias books it for Morel. As he runs, Matazong tries to shoot him in the head point blank. He puts up his shield and bashes her hand away. Last second, the shot goes wide, breaks a chunk of rock off. She swears just as she drops her weapon, pulls out a new gun. He runs over to Morel, and he just takes his weapon, puts it in his teeth, hits his chest. You see blue fire up from his hand, and he says for the gritted teeth, "Cadian, you don't die on me today," and puts his hand on Morel's chest. Morel, who's just bleeding from the forehead, kind of saying, "What a beautiful we have poetry." He puts his hand on his chest, and Morel just and he stands up. This giant split on his head starts to reform, and he picks himself up, and he just kind of stumbles back into the front line, and he goes, "Thank you, boy." And Tobias just goes, "Yeah, sure, I'm a boy. Saved your life, of course. Yeah, nope, I'm just a child. Mm-hmm." He doesn't have any move action left, so he just stands there in between Morel and Matazong, who's pissed that she wasted a shot on him.
Ha. Yes.
So,
Yes.
that being said, Zebel's turn is done. It's now Matazong's turn. She then looks with two pistols out, one at Tobias, one at Aluna. Aluna, what is this check I have to make for this person to willfully shoot me?
Okay, so it is, if you attempt to attack, you must attempt a will save each time.
What's the DC to beat?
Will save. What's my will? What's that? What is that?
It would basically just be their will save versus your spell DC.
Okay, my spell DC is 18.
Okay. Weird. Okay. It's unfortunate, but it's what it is. I mean, that's how life works sometimes.
Don't like that. I don't like that.
She puts her two guns out. She looks at you. She looks at Tobias. She pulls the trigger at Tobias. The shot goes wide as he reflects it with his shield at a glance. And then she looks at you, dead to rights, pulls the trigger, and critically hits you, Alona. Okay.
Well, she doesn't. She just ends Sanctuary.
So it ends the effect. It doesn't hit you for damage. Is that it?
No, it doesn't. Yeah.
All right.
But she can't hit me again if she wants to. Because Sanctuary's over.
You could have said that 5 seconds sooner.
I had to look it up in the
And
book.
You had to let me like die inside first.
So
She wanted to know what her funeral would look like, and then she's like, "Oh wait, I'm safe. Like I'm happy everyone would cry."
So I'll say this: she pulls the trigger, the bullet flies at you like the Matrix. It flies and it stops right between your eyes, and the bullet is trying so hard to penetrate the spot between your eyes because it would have taken 22 damage in one hit had that crit been clean and legal. And it stops. And the bullet stops spinning, and the bullet stays still in midair, and gravity takes it as it clinks to the ground. And Matazong's looking at you, drops two pistols, pulls out two more, pulls a second shot at you. Die phase 5 plus bonus. Out of curiosity, what's your AC?
14.
Okay, so she's going to hit.
Fuck!
The good thing is It's not a crit. It's not a crit. It's not a crit. She is going to do 12 damage this time. As she just goes underarm shot. Pow.
Ow.
Okay, guys, so we got her the hand wraps. Now we have to get her some actual armor.
Yeah.
How did I not know this is a problem?
Don't let your healer die.
Because I'm squishy. I'm not meant to be here.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
She drove me here. Anyway. Okay. Ow.
So 12 damage. And you can just kind of see Madazong smile, and on the left side of her row of shark teeth, you see a few that are made of gold, and she just kind of gotcha. Okay, so that's Madazong's turn. Ichi, no, I'm sorry, Woodward. You have not gotten the cue yet from the ambush to go.
Okay. Woodward, I guess at this point, it's kind of that animalistic instinct of that ambush, like he's waiting for it, you know? It's kind of like a dog who's waiting to get like that leash put on him to like jump out the door, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And when it's not called, Woodward, I'm gonna use all my actions to grab Mush to stop him from going out, like in between or over the barrels, of like picking him up off the ground to get his feet just running like Sam was doing, just like no.
Yeah. You lift him and he's just like
Yeah, and I know exactly what he's about to go do, and it can't happen yet. As much as it hurts, so I'm gonna hold my round.
All right. Ichi, you're in the ambush too. Are you going to break ambush on Shionobus's word, or are you going to wait?
Can I hold my action until the ambush is set off?
I will say that due to the fact that the ambush sounds most likely to happen next round of combat, probably not.
Oh, it's next. I forgot we were in that same round. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Question.
Answer.
If I start raging now,
Mm-hmm.
with the idea that next round it's gotta be called and I'll be right out there, can I do that without mindlessly wanting to run?
I will say you're going to start prepping the boiling, seething hatred now, and then you can just let the stew bubble over when the time comes. So yes, you can do that.
Okay, because the idea would be to use my my actions to initiate the rage this round. So I've got all my actions next round.
All right. So you are activating.
Everybody else is holding on, and Ichi's just breathing real heavy in the corner. He's just waiting.
Now it's Alona's turn. It looks like Tobias got Morel back in the fight, but he's stuck between a rock and a Morel place. The question is, Alona, what are you going to do now that the captain of the Blue Rock is deep behind enemy lines? Zebel's on easily probably 100 feet away, and there's about 30 orcs still trying to crush 53 people.
I trust that the ambush is going to take care of the most of those people. So Ilona's just going to take a shot at Madazong again. Madazong?
Madazong, yeah.
Thank you. I keep saying I want to say Zonth. That's not right.
It's a G, it's the back of your throat. Madazong.
She's going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Okay. Please describe for us not only how it works, but what it looks like.
Well, when you cast Spiritual Weapon, a weapon made of pure magical force materializes and attacks foes you designate within range. This weapon has a ghostly appearance and manifests as your deity's favorite weapon, so it's a fist with a flower on it.
Hell yeah.
It's going to attack her. My spell attack roll is a melee spell attack.
Mm-hmm.
Does a Does a 26 hit?
Yes, it does.
Great. So that is going, I cast that at a heightened 2, so that's 2d8 damage. So let me get that. Yes! Yes! What? Oh my god. Oh wow, I like battle. I never thought I'd like battle. That's 16 damage.
How much was that?
16 damage. I rolled 2 d8s and I got 8 each time.
Ooh, do you have a strength modifier? Wait, no, wait.
have it.
This is an actual punch. This is just you summoning a fist.
It's magic, I know. I wish it was, but it's a
Does-
magical fist with a flower on it that's gonna punch you right in the face.
Does it add your spellcasting modifier for damage? I'm just curious.
Should I believe?
Yeah. Yeah, it does add my spellcasting ability modifier.
Plus
Mhm.
9,000.
My spellcasting ability modifier is just my
Your wisdom modifiers. That would make it a solid 20 damage.
holy hell.
All right. So you cast this weapon. Madazong's got the underarm gun shot, like the Han Solo under the table on you, and she's like, and suddenly this golden beam of light breaks the sky, and she kind of slowly looks over her shoulder. And as she looks over her shoulder, this golden beam of light slowly grows a purple flower. And as the flower blooms, this fist grows out of the leaves. And from the fist, you just see another flower start to bloom behind it as a punch socks her in the jaw. And she's, her headset goes flying partially off her face as she takes 20 damage to the dome. That's a good chunk. One of her golden teeth flies out of her head.
Rufa, watch where that goes.
Yeah. Collect that later.
Alona's
It's
just
gonna be like
melt
that
that
scene
down.
from Bloodsport. Kumite, the
Oh
guy.
my god. Yes!
It's mine. It's worth something.
The
All
next
right.
city, Alona's going to be sitting there. It's like, hey, healer, thank you for helping me. Why do you have someone else's tooth around your neck? It's just like on a necklace.
It's the first time I used food.
Actually, you know what? I want to collect. I do want. Rufus gonna collect it for something. He's gonna make something for Alona.
Aww.
Little arts
so
and craft
nice.
project.
I love it. Alona's gonna hold her shoulder and just stare at Madazong right in the freaking eyes. I'm so happy.
And that cracks her. That was a 2-action spend, right? You technically have one more action left you can do.
I do. Can I raise morale? for us?
Yes, with a skill check. Absolutely, with the skill check. Your choice:
Okay.
diplomacy, performance, religion, whatever you want.
Okay, you got it. That is a 21 for diplomacy.
24 for diplomacy. What quick little speech do you give to raise morale?
Look, they bleed too. As I stare at Madazong right in the eyes.
They bleed too. You suddenly, at the end of the round, hear Morel shout, "And if they bleed, they die." And the whole front line says, "And if they die, well, they stay dead."
Sometimes.
The good thing is you've increased morale, which has given the front line a bonus, which is great because now the two lines clash again. The rage of the orcs is no match for the frontline commander coming back from the dead at the hands of Tobias and seeing the other captain bleed. Morel stands up, the unit stands up, and they slaughter 13 of the enemy and take no losses on this round. It is the top of the 4th round. It looks like what was once hopeless now has hope, and hope is the defiance of sorrow. Rufa, what do you do?
All right. Well, actually, this is the round that was where the ambush is gonna set off, right?
Yes, yes, this is Shionibus's ambush. I should note
The ambush
that-
round, right?
About this time, you start seeing this giant fire coming off the horizon as across in the dockyard, a giant conflagration explodes, and you can hear the orcs go. They start mumbling in Orcish. Ichi, you hear the orcs go, "That's our ship. That's our ride home. What's going on?"
Okay.
They they lose 12 points of morale. Their boat's exploding. Give me a second while I do this.
Rufa is going to hold his action, but I'm going to set a trigger. I'm going to set a trigger for it, though. The trigger is, it happens right before the ambush.
Before the ambush, that would be
Right, no,
now.
literally right before Shonobus sets off for an ambush.
So let's argue and say in tandem, because after you, it's going to be the ambush.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're
All
right before the ambush, so buddy, you might as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right. So I guess I'm going to do it now then. So, all right. With that explosion off in the horizon and the dark smoke and everything covering the streets, obscuring vision, I had this idea set up from round 1. Okay, just to let you know, this is why I set up the smoke. Part 2 of Rufa's plan comes into play. That's when he orders everybody who's setting up the smoke and everything to start making as much noise as they can, like bang their weapons on trash can lids or whatever, and then make it sound like there's more people than there actually is, and then have everybody yell, "The reinforcements has arrived from from Fort Ragley. The Fort Ragley defenders have arrived."
You hear Morel's like, my soldiers? What? Give me an intimidation check. Or
That is
deception
essentially
check.
demoralizing them, thinking even more people are coming, and they have no way home now.
So exactly. So you can give me either intimidation or deception, your choice.
Honestly, oh wait, my deception is 1 point higher, so I'm going deception.
Might as well.
$28.
28. Yeah, they're crazy demoralized. I'm going to roll morale again. Gotta do quick math here. Oof. Their morale is basically bloodied at this point. So you're letting them know this. The orcs start looking around, confused and scared. They're looking around. Captain, of course, can't see her own men, so she can't really delegate like she can't delegate orders.
Yeah.
Zebel can't see anything. The orcs are having a panic. They are about 20 morale away from strongly considering a retreat, if not absolutely breaking formation.
Cyberpunk 2099 has Johnny Silverarm? Edge of Legend has Rufa Silvertongue.
How long were you planning that one?
About a month.
I love how honest you are.
Yeah.
I love how honest you are with that. I figured this out 32 days ago.
Now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Shionibus, is it time for the ambush?
It is time.
All
Let's
right.
rock and roll, buckaroo.
Rally the archers. You get flat-footed. They are slowed 1, and I believe I said something else.
Morale.
The morale takes a huge hit. Yes. Go ahead. Actually, let me roll morale first. Let's see if they don't just outright abandon their posts.
Oh my god.
This is why I wanted to hold the ambush.
Oh my
Morale's looking bad. The front line of orcs are in too deep. They can't retreat because they're currently engaging. The back row of orcs are straight up leaving the fight. The only thing causing this to be an outright routing is the fact the front line is too angry and distracted to leave. Half of their unit just deserts. Roll to hit, Shionibus, as your group is going to circle the deserters and slaughter them to an orc.
Oh, that was so close to being so good. I'm gonna use a hero point.
Do it.
It was an 18 and then it rolled to a 4. So we're just gonna.
Boo.
Spend them. Spend them while you got them.
Oh, where is it? What am I rolling? Just attack.
Just attacks, and at this point, you have a +1. You technically have a +3.
That's gonna be a 16 to hit.
Okay. Now, Chat made a very good point. Orcs, especially these orcs, they don't retreat. That's called a psalm. That's a massive disgrace. It's a massive failure of your people. The fact that they are that confused and scared and disoriented that they're leaving the front line is huge. You have confused them and broke them to the point where they don't know where they're going, and retreat seems like the only logical place. As they start running, the 25 units from the street just completely circles them. The archers up top just start pulling and firing slings, whizzing bullets.
Can I do a quick one-liner before we actually fire?
Go right ahead.
Me and Ian have been talking about this for like an hour. So she pulls her arrow back. She goes, "Pray that hell or heaven lets you in." Fires.
Nice.
Good.
Really
Thank you,
cool.
Ian.
Real cool. I gotta give you advantage on that. So what I want you to do is you're gonna roll twice, take the higher of the two, and add 3 to both of them, regardless.
Do I do my attack bonus as well?
Mm-hmm.
Those are so terrible, but that's okay. I mean, 18 on one, not as bad as I thought. That's the highest one for advantage.
Okay. So I need you to roll for me 2d12s right now.
Those are the ones I don't have.
Yeah, she's not playing a barbarian. Come on now.
I mean, it's a good point. Yeah, what am I gonna do?
That's a 9 on the first one
Mm-hmm.
and a 1 on the other one. 10 in total.
As they proceed to run in whatever direction they find clear, you say your line, heaven or hell, whatever take you, you fire. With that arrow, all hell unleashes. They start running. They find themselves smack dab in your ambush. They pull out weapons and they try to get themselves right in the head, but it's too late. You slaughter them down. And I'm not going to say how many yet, because I think there are 2 people who have been just as patient. I need Woodward and Ichi to tell me what you're doing as part of this ambush.
Woodward, seeing that the fight is as desperate as it is. Wait, does Ichi go first?
I think it's you.
Hold on. It's Woodward first and then Ichi.
Okay. Woodward, seeing how desperate this fight is and that he needs to try to help, at least pushing them back, you see him drop mush and this form of his shoulder crawling forward and another breaking through, and he starts to grow into something bigger than himself. And before he takes his first step, you see these 2 front legs hit the ground, and before the party that's in his ambush, there is now standing a grizzly bear. And it runs headlong into the fight. I now have an action left. Is that what it takes? One action to do an unarmed attack, right? I've never done an unarmed attack in the game so far. I've only cast spells. It's one action, right?
That's right. It's one action to melee
great.
strike.
Let me get these stats. They're quite boosted.
Come get these bare hands.
Yeah, it's bad. There's a 23 hit. The first orc I see.
Tremendously. It was a few points from a crit, but it will hit.
Let's see. Ooh, I'll take that. That's a 21 damage from the bear's strike with his paws to the first orc that you see.
As the orc looks at you with his weapons drawn, he sizes up a bear and he's like, I've killed bears before. BFD, thok for thok. And you just eviscerate him in half. You bifurcate him across the stomach and he just splits into 2 half orcs. I mean, let me rephrase that. He splits into 2 chunks of an orc.
I have no actions to command mush, but I have this form for 60 seconds, so I'm going to use it to my fullest ability.
Good. Sam, it's now your go. You've been holding on to your action long enough. I'm going to let you cut the line and do what you got to do. What are you going to do?
Ichi has been seething, and she has been watching that captain hurt her friend, and she just lets go, and that rage, that spirit rage, starts to fill her, and you can just see like the spirit energy like glowing in her eyes and everything, and she just makes that sudden charge straight to that captain and is gonna end that charge with a retribution axe attack.
Roll to hit. Now, you have not been hit yet. So the +2 damage is not taking effect, but you're still catching this captain unaware. So it's going to be flat-footed. Roll to hit.
All right. So let's see. That is 21 to hit.
That'll definitely hit. Roll damage.
Time to beat her up. Okay, now let's add these bonuses. That's a 5 on the die face. I get 3 for rage. That's an 8. I get +1 against orcs for vengeful hatred, which is just like a me thing. So that's a 9. And retribution axe is not active yet, so we're at 9.
Not yet. But you get to add your strength modifier because it
Add
is
my
a heavy
strength
weapon.
modifier. You're right. What is that? That's a third. Oh wait, what's my
Can we get
strength
a
modifier? 13.
so
Okay.
+2, +1?
Hold on. Okay, so you get one good shot. The captain has basically like her 2 weapons out. One she shot at Ilona. One is still got a bullet in the chamber. This gun's basically empty. She drops the pistol, and then she starts to ready her weapon to shoot Tobias in his stupid, pretty face. And as she does, this axe out of nowhere just clips her in the hip, and she just orc blood sprays everywhere. She is bloodied.
I still have an action, and I'm taking another hit with the penalty.
Roll to hit with a -5. What you got?
Come on.
All right, that is, what is my hit? 4 plus, I don't know if that'll hit, but let me use the calculator. 8 plus 4, 12.
That will miss, unfortunately. As you get that nice cheap shot in her, you take your hand around, and the axe just whiffs up as she kind of ducks, just dodges out of the way, just barely. But the good thing is that now she knows you're there.
Yeah, even though I miss, I end in a flourish, and I take up all her attention.
Okay. I let you all jump the line after Shionibus, so now that just means Zebul and Matazang are going to go. Let me say this, because I think this bears saying. Shionibus gives the call. The ambush breaks out. As half the line just starts breaking and in utter confusion, not knowing they're retreating, thinking there's an enemy, gotta be some enemy somewhere else. They meet the enemy, and the enemy meets them, and they slaughter them one by one as Shionibus calls and takes her shots and fires. Orcs just start dropping left and right, and as 5 of them have survived the ambush, total 5 of the army has survived the ambush. Suddenly they hear this as a bear comes charging out of an alleyway, and with 2 giant paws just strikes them down. The army that marched in here with 60 now stands to 3 orcs strong. Between the 3 orcs, the 53 front line, and the full 25 ambush, only 2 enemy officers stand. The town is looking pretty mighty. You have slaughtered them down to 3 orcs. And with that, Zebel's gonna go. Okay, so suddenly you hear him just say, "Why would you try to stand in the way of the right side of history when you clearly took this home from people who are supposed to be here?" 12 members of the front line just kind of drop and look, and they go, "He's right. This land was Blue Rock tribe land, and we just took it. I'm so sorry. I'm so very sorry." And the front line starts to switch as 12 members of the front line starts turning against them. Don't worry, though. That's all Zebel can do. His turn is done.
15 against 40.
Yep, it's still 15 against 45, and that's not even including the ambush. So it's still looking good. However, these are your civilians that are now turning against you, as Zebel is basically trying to proselytize and propagandize them against you. It is now Madazong's turn. She is going to fire at Ichi. She's going to critically fail firing at Ichi. Her weapon, she pulls out her other pistol. Click. Click, 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 click. I know I loaded this. She drops it to the ground. She pulls out 2 more pistols and just fires both at Ichi. Ichi, what's your AC?
Oh, it is. Where is it? It is 17 currently because of raging.
Okay, 17 current because of raging. Both are going to hit. No crits. Both are going to hit, though. Okay, so the first one, you're going to take 11 damage off the first strike and 11 damage off the second.
22 total?
22 total. As she basically pulls 2 guns out, and then takes these 2 massive shots. She drops them to the ground, reaches into her back, free action, pulls out this massive cutlass the size of her whole body, and she just basically drapes it in front of her. That's her. That's her done. On that, the enemy's gonna go.
She's still ready.
Yeah, the enemy is gonna go. They're gonna keep attacking your front line. It's a stalemate. With the new involvement of the town, the heart is not there for the resistance because they don't want to hurt their own people. But the orcs are completely routed, so their morale is... Well, no, there's about 3 left. Their morale's still pretty bad, though. Top of the next round. Rufa, your go. 12 of your own people have been converted by Zebel's language. What do you do?
Way for Rufa. Once again, this is an occurrence where the character's probably going to be smarter than the actual player for me to do kind of like an anti-propaganda thing.
If you want to argue with Zebel, yeah, you can definitely try to argue with Zebel. You want to counter Charm.
Yeah. I think that's the best thing to do now.
Go ahead and give me a diplomacy check.
All right. I'm going to use my hero point.
Go right ahead.
I mean, it's not that bad, but it's a 9, so...
Yeah, probably best.
$26.
What do you say?
Once again, like I said, this is probably the case where the character's more knowledgeable in your world versus the actual dumb person in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know the whole history behind the Blue Rock tribe, I guess the war and all between the orcs and history in your world and everything.
Sure. Do you want me to speak for you in this case?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you start to tell them about the name of their town. You remind them that the name of the city, Agrippa upon Obair, means a great mighty birth that came from terrible pain and tremendous hard work. And you remind them you remind them that this land was not stolen, that it was empty, and that these people died, bled, and sacrificed their lives to make it their home, and that this is a home for everyone, and that you have been home here, that strangers have been home here, and that foreigners will always be home here. And if they want to claim that this is their rightful home, they should have asked instead of slaughtered. They have no home today. Today, what they have is retribution. And tomorrow, the survivors can ask for a home.
Rufa's gonna also add to he's gonna honestly just name each one of the businesses he's been to, especially Bun Boys.
All right. So with that, the 15 return back to rank and file. And they're like, yeah, I love the coffee. And that new bun they have, although with the raspberry, the chocolate, oh, it's bloody crack. Oh, it's crack on. It's pretty, I love it. And then they turn back to the front line and they're like, for our home, for the blood and sweat and tears, for the hard work, for the buns. And they regroup with the front line. And then Morello takes that line and he says, you heard him, mates. They've always had a home here. They just never had the decency to knock. I say we give them an eviction notice. Terms are now. And Morel is ready to roll. I accidentally skipped Sidney. So Sidney, please take your turn now and again later when your turn comes again. So what are you gonna do?
Since everything's fine again, which is great. Basically, I'm going to sustain spiritual weapon. So I'm going to use one action to sustain it. And I'm going to move it over to Gebzebel. And I'm going to attack him with spiritual weapon.
All right, roll to hit.
Okay. We'll see how this goes.
Give me a 20. Give me a 20.
So close.
Aw.
It was a 19.
That still may be good. What is the total hit?
Let's see. My spell attack roll. That is 27.
And don't forget he's flat-footed.
Oh,
If that makes a difference.
It will. That's now a dirty crit. So double that damage.
Dirty.
wait, double the oh dear. On which dice? Because I'm casting it at a level 2.
Yep, that's double the dice, double the bonus.
Yeah, that's all of them.
Yup.
Yay! Oh, being a punchy lady is fun. I got a 7 and a 6.
Crits are the excuse I use to buy more dice.
But babe, I need to have 6 more pairs. What if I crit? I don't know.
That's 26 damage.
Did you double your modifier from your wisdom?
No, I didn't. That's. Oh my god. That's
Yep.
not right. That's
So it would be
it is.
so 2d8 plus 4 times 2. So you can do 4d8 plus 8.
okay. So that's 34 damage.
There it is.
Hey.
Is
I'm talking
that
about.
a new high?
So we no longer have a cleric.
Battle clerics are a thing, but
Yeah.
Double barbarian.
So you see his fist. This fist kind of stops, turns, looks right at Zebel. You and flies off. You see Zebel just sitting there going like, the ruling class must make room for the working class, or else there's no right. And he just takes a hit to the jaw. As he gets hit, his body does a body varial. He lands. A bunch of blood just starts gushing out of his lips as his white beard is now stained red and pink as he is bloodied in one shot.
oh
You critically hit this dude and you bloodied him in one go, and he's just sitting there like, free action, takes out the wine, sips it,
You-
rinses in pain, and puts it away.
He's still a jerk. He's bloodied and he's still a jerk.
You didn't punch the jerk out of him.
Ilona was like feeling really bad for a hot second, and now she doesn't anymore.
I love it. You're like pacifism, more like pacifistism. Let's go.
Nah, she still feels really bad. She's having an existential
Oh, okay.
crisis on the inside.
Yeah. I mean, it's a complex situation. All right, so that was that. Roof is gone. She owned this year ago. Your ambush unit is just running these suckers to the ground. You have your turn to actually attack. You have the 3 surviving orcs, Gebzebel to your left, Matazong to your right, stuck in the middle with you. What do you do?
How far to my left, and how much higher am I English language to Gebzebel from the building?
Let's see. From up high, I'd say transverse property, you're about 60 feet.
That's a risk. That's a real risk. Okay. She is next question. Is there like lanterns hanging from the building?
No, it's sometime around late lunch, early dinner, so the lanterns aren't really there yet.
Okay. Okay, we're going to walk over to. No, we're gonna say where I am. I am going to lean slightly out of the building, like off the roof, to get a better visual on Gebzebel and fire. Am I still able to have my sneak attack action?
I'm gonna say no, because your ambush
Okay.
broke. So your ambush happened. So they know you're there on the rooftop.
Cool. All right, yeah, we're just gonna roll and hit.
Okay.
That sucks. For him, that is.
Ha ha ha! Yay!
Okay.
That is a 29 to hit. Yeah.
That's another dirty crit. Dear God.
Heck yes. I haven't done one of these in a long time, so 1 second. I got it all written down somewhere.
Go right ahead.
Didn't think it was gonna happen tonight. All right, that's 2d8s. That's a d10. That's a d4. Plus my dex.
There's a lot of math when you got a dirty crit.
A lot of that.
Stack that damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not great. It's not terrible though.
What are we looking at?
Currently, it's 8. It's 10. It's gonna be 14 damage.
Okay. Good damage. I need you to make a will save.
Okay, new dice. Will save. That's a 22.
22. You are now taking 10 persistent bleed damage as you have successfully halved what it would have been. I'm sorry. You take 5 persistent bleed damage, my bad. As an arrow strikes him. And as he gets hit, he looks to you and he says, resulting to the cowardice of surprise tactics instead of engaging your enemy in the respect they deserve. What kind of warrior are you? And your body just starts to burst into flame as you take 5 bleed damage, persistent, as he uses his reaction to cast. I think it's Blood Vendetta.
Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna use my ring to go again. I'm gonna light one arrow that, given I am on fire,
Mm-hmm.
I'm I'm gonna pat myself down,
Mhm.
just one spot, but then light an arrow on fire from my own fire.
Yeah. Correction, it's supposed to be mostly bleeding damage, but I will keep the fire because I goofed and I like where this is
Sweet.
going. So go ahead and use that fire.
Cool. Well, it's not great, but not terrible. 15 to hit.
15 hit will miss as the arrow just ka-tung into sides, and he's sitting there with the arrow in his arm, and he's just looking at you, blood now on his beard, dripping from his face. His bifocal's now kind of askew. Do you have any actions else you can do?
I have one more action.
What are you gonna do?
We're gonna fire again and use my ring for a second time. The last time.
All right,
Oh,
this is your last charge. Thank God for that ring.
Okay. That's a 27 to hit.
That is. I think that's a
27.
dirty crit on him again. Go ahead and dirty crit on this dude.
Good.
This is crazy, y'all.
Big
You hate
money,
me.
big money.
Where's my D10?
Take him out.
I use a different D10.
We literally don't need him.
That's only 18 damage.
Okay, 18 damage. The other arrow hits him, and as both arms lay low, he looks at you and he says, "You should have gone for the head." And next up is Matazong.
A Thanos reference.
Yeah.
I was gonna say mouth, but I'm sure someone would have taken that sexually, and I want some respect before this guy dies. So Matazong, with this massive friggin' sword. Wait, now I think I'm all over the initiative pattern here. I lied.
wait.
It's not her turn. It is Woodward's turn. Huzzah! Ha ha!
Okay,
Go ahead.
so I have this new form for 9 more rounds. There are 3. There are 3 orcs. Have they fled?
No.
Am I closer to them or the pirate queen orc captain?
You, my friend, are in a landscape full of opportunities. The 3 that are still alive are in front of you. However, Pirate Queen to your right, Zebel to your left. What do you do?
Considering that the other 2 options have answers and the 3 in front of me don't, do I need to move to strike any of them, or should I just roll to hit all 3 of them?
Just roll to hit one at a time, my dude. Let's see what
Great.
happens. Let's get spicy.
The first one is a 18 to hit.
Will hit.
Great, and that'll be with the good old swipe of the paw. That's 13 damage to the first one.
How much? 13?
13 total.
Okay.
And is he still standing?
Eviscerated and dead.
Oh, okay, great. I'm moving on to the second one. That is a 21 to hit,
That'll hit. Roll damage.
and the pause will be a 14 to hit, or 14 damage.
He is dead. There is one last orc standing.
And the last guy, I need to figure out my second attack. Great. Okay. That might do him in for it. That is a 28 to hit. It's
Oh.
almost a dirty 20. Or
That is-
almost
that
a
is-
crit.
That is absolutely a dirty crit against this orc. Yeah, no, it's a crit. Roll double damage.
Great. 17 damage.
All right, now the Captain Matsuzong, and Gebzebel are not dead yet. But Ian, tell me the tale of how you slaughter the last orc infantry in Agrippa upon Obair.
Honestly, I would imagine it kind of like that scene in The Revenant. There is just a breaking of barrels and orcs at his feet. It's not anything that you could distinguish any one move, except you count how much damage he's done by the bodies left in his wake. And the bear is now looking directly at the queen of the seas, the orcish pirate queen. And she will be next if no one stops her before he does.
Okay. Okay. Well, it's funny you should say that because it's now Ichi's turn. Ichi, you got this orc in front of you, and I think she hit you at one point. So that means your axe is now in full retribution mode.
Ichi did not even feel it because she's just ready to roll, and I did a roll. So let's see. I might use a hero point to, yeah, I'm gonna use a hero point. Reroll that one. Come on, give me higher than that. Okay. Plus 9 is equal to 21 to hit.
That will, let me confirm really fast. That will hit, but not a crit. That will definitely hit.
All right, let's do this. Okay, that's not a lot, but we got a lot of bonuses. So it was a 1 on the die face, but I get 3 for rage, so that's 4. My retribution axe is 2, and Ichi just hating orcs, which gives her a real actual bonus, is 7.
So you do 7 damage on your first strike, correct?
Yes.
All right, 7 damage. You do a nice kind of nicking scrape. You still have more actions. What do you do with the second?
Oh yeah, she's going again.
All right,
She's just hacking away.
-5. Will they stay alive?
Oof. Can I use a hero point on that one too? I've got a lot.
You can use all the hero points you have until you're all out of them.
All right, we're getting there. Come on, dice. You can do this. I believe in you. So what's the deal with like using a hero point for a third time on a roll, second time on a roll?
I mean, you have a finite number of them. You use them until you run out. It's your
I
choice.
still got more. All right, because that was a nat 1. So we're gonna take
after this. You run a GoFundMe to get new dice.
Yeah.
We're
I'm
gonna
gonna
take this
donate
dice.
Yeah.
And we're gonna throw it over the shoulder. And we're gonna take this pretty other dice.
There we go. It's like a Bob Ross of D&D. You see this dice? This dice isn't good. We're gonna get a happy little dice. We got like happy little numbers.
I guess fate just wants me to get this number, so it's gonna be a 9 to hit.
Oh.
That will miss. If you want to take a third strike against this person, you can. You'll be at a -10.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, but no.
All right. Why not?
She's raging.
A 1 in 20 chance of getting a 20.
True. A crit's a crit no matter what.
That is an 8 to hit. Yeah.
So you get one hit, and the two just start missing, and the pirate captain with his cutlass is just kind of like, yeah, I like your footwork, and she's just kind of king. Next up is Ilona. What are you gonna
Okay.
do?
Who's left on the battlefield?
The pirate captain of the Blue Rock tribe orc, and of course Geb Zebel.
Those are the only enemies that are still in the field.
The only enemy still alive
Okay.
is the general and the general to be.
Okay. Okay, here's the deal. We can't kill them both.
Shouldn't or can't? Two
Shouldn't.
different words. There it is.
Shouldn't kill them both.
Shouldn't.
We shouldn't kill them both. I can only save one. I'm going to save the Blue Rock tribe lady because Geb Zebel is way more dangerous than she is. So I'm going, because we need to take her in for questioning, Ilona is going to, because this lady's bloodied, right?
She is absolutely bloodied, and Gebzebel is super bloodied.
Okay, well, Alona is going to use command to get her to drop her weapons.
Okay. Command again.
Spell DC's 18.
Die face alone was a 15, so that's going to be
Oh.
a save,
Mother trucker.
if
Okay,
not a
fine.
critical. Yeah.
Well, tits.
Bit
Okay.
of us.
Well, in that Nineveh's tits. Well, in that case,
GM awards 1 hero point to Ian.
in that case, since that doesn't work, Ilona is going to punch her in the face with her own fist,
There you go.
and I have the rune of pacification. So she needs to make a will save, and if she fails, well, then she has a -2 penalty to any non-lethal attack roll. But if I knock her out, she's unconscious.
Give me a roll to hit, because you still got a cracker one.
I do, but I'm confident in myself because I still have a +4 bonus.
Yeah, you're like, you're so jazzed right now.
Oh. Okay. Listen.
Under home.
That's 29.
That's a dirty crit. That's a dirty crit. So you're gonna
Nice.
deal double dice and double your new strength modifier.
In pacification damage.
Pacification damage. She is out. She is out.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, well that wasn't so great. So that wasn't they weren't great. They weren't great rolls.
Yeah.
But they weren't horrible. So that's 12
Okay.
You got your
That's-
strength boost?
with
Is that-
yeah.
Is that with the? Did you
Wait.
multiply your strength boost? Because
No, I didn't. Shoot.
What's your strength modifier?
4.
while she's
Now.
taking the dragon's blood, she technically has a modifier +4. So in theory, that's at least
Let's see.
8 plus
Yeah.
8, and then the dice.
Okay, so that's 16.
Okay. Okay. Good. 16.
Need a real
Okay.
good enough damage dice.
Okay, cool. So you come out of nowhere and you swing the most furious punch of your life. She whips around, and as she does, she looks back at you. She makes a will save. Sorry. She rolls a critical fail. And as you look at her, you start seeing her eyes roll in the back of her head, as where her eyes used to be, you see purple flowers just grow like a vineyard, like a rose bush in her eyes. You see her just start to kind of like her body starts to seize up, and she starts gripping her head, screaming, "The bells won't stop ringing! I get it! I'll stop fighting!" And then she seizes and drops to the ground, unconscious. Technically, she has 14 HP left. But she critically failed her pacification check so terribly, I'm going to shorthand that and say she willfully passes out.
Yay!
Wow.
I was really worried that you somehow killed somebody through pacification. I was like, I don't know how you did it, but I was
Pre-workout.
That's it.
The klaxon bells in her head was so rough she'd rather be unconscious than deal with this conflict
Fair.
of pacification, and she just dropped out. That being said,
The pacification rune wasn't made for the likes of Choco Meat.
I'm too jacked to be passive. Anyway, that being said, it is now the point in combat where the line would fight, with no resistance on the front, and Geb Zebel bleeding to death on one knee. Morel sits there. The man from the bar with the tabard of Lorian Mondan, shield, and shillelagh Hera and Antigone, battered, bloodied, bruised. Tobias, who's now rejoined the front, as clearly no one is in dire need of triage just yet. They all look to you all, and Morel says, I want to take him in alive. But if I get the order to kill, then I will. But that's on my hands. That's on your orders. Geb Zebel is right there for the taking. What are your orders?
Rufa.
This is a group moment choice. No, Rufa absolutely can say something. I am not going to stop him. However, group moment time. Your NPCs are asking you, do we have the right to kill this man, this orc? Or do we take him in as a prisoner? As he is standing at 4 HP, he will be murdered easily. Choice is yours, players. Geb Zebel, the general, one of the 5 generals of Korokos' army, the mouth of the war, the one who has already destabilized an entire city and was probably working to destabilize this one and making a diplomatic peace treaty with the Blue Rocks to join the war. He stands on one knee, 4 HP, and all of your NPCs in the whole city is asking you, do we have permission to open fire on the enemy? What do you do? Go ahead and deliberate.
Rufus gonna look at the party and say, well, my friends, last time we let one of the generals escape, and, well, that was on us. This time we have a chance to take out one of the 5, or do we keep them? Either way, Rufus suggests you will not be going back to Zami. If anything, we keep him alive, take it back, prisoner, bound, gag, no communication with anybody but us. Very, very strict. But that is Rufus' suggestion.
Need I remind you, I stood right in front of him as he blinked out of existence. If Morel doesn't kill him, I will.
It would
Alright.
be no.
No, Rufa, please continue.
It would be good to know. We definitely cannot let him go, but he can be a wellspring of information. Either way, Rufa knows we do have the other, but she is not how you say as high rank in that organization versus a general.
If the Blue Rock tribe just formed an alliance, she might not be able to give us as much useful information. But Shionibus has a point. He's a dangerous person to have as a prisoner.
Rufus gonna look over at Morel, Antigone, Hera, Tobias. Is there a way for us to prevent him from using his abilities?
They'll look at each other. Morel kind of smiles. I can break his bloody jaw.
Oh, we still need his jaw. We need a way for him to not be able to go poof.
Well, judging by how he's been inspiring these arseholes his entire battle, I think he can write his confession on paper, if you ask me. I'll break his bloody jaw. And technically speaking, that kind of aligns with my tenets of my faith, so that's kind of like a win-win-win. For me, anyway.
Breaking his jaw. I agree breaking his jaw, but perhaps not right now. That is a good incentive to use. Rufa knows something about the carrot and the stick, especially about the stick.
Morel kind of sighs and he says, if we're going to take him hostage, before we decide to break his jaw. And then he looks with these heavy, sad eyes as he turns to Alona and he says to her, anyone's going to take him alive. And you can see he wants to say so many words and he can't. So he just says, I'm sorry. it's
Really?
gonna be
Oh,
you.
sorry.
I'm sorry, Alona. It's going to have to be you. You're the only one that can hit him and not kill him.
Really quick, PJ, out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Can I roll underworld lore or warfare lore? Is there like any kind of anti-magic item that exists in your world that maybe Rufa would know about?
If it
Or
is,
like
it's not.
prisoners or criminals?
If it is, I'll say this: it wouldn't be on your person.
Okay. I was hoping somebody else would have it or city would have it.
No, you know what it is. You know what's the stakes. You know the situation. Question is, hard choice time.
I'm gonna play this the way that I chose that I thought I was gonna play this. Woodward is still most definitely a bear. He has, like, I don't want to be like just like add the comedic moment to this, but he's literally batting around dead orcs, like in the background of everyone discussing this, like trying to figure out if they're still gonna like. He is a bear, and he has approximately 8 other rounds of this, so his discussion is at a minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
And
Alona?
if he moved too fast, he would probably kill him.
Do I use
Alona?
the interact action? Oh, sorry.
Oh, Ichi's just gonna ask Alona, what do you think? I know it's a hard decision, but it sounds like if we are gonna take him alive, it has to be you.
Mhm.
Let's leave this quiet up in the air until we get the answer. Because right now it sounds like the question, the choice, is does Alona knock this guy out and keep him alive, or do we default to a lethal option? So, no offense, Sidney, the ball's in your court. Do you take him non-lethally, or, and understand your anathema, keeping him alive is not against your code of conduct if it would mean the death and corruption of other lives? Do you take him alive? Or do you order his justified execution? No answer is wrong. There's just debatable endings to them. You might be muted. What was that?
Ilona looks at Shionibus. And she says, do it.
Joe, please cut the music. Shonibus, you've been told to do this. Shonibus, I want you to tell me the tale of how you execute Gebzebel.
She is. Because I imagine her back is turned to him in one like fluid motion as she like turns and docks an arrow. She waits for that perfect opportune time where it's nothing but silence everywhere. And you hear the faintest, I'm going to make you proud. And the arrow fires.
Okay. As you fire, Zeb looks up at you, sees the glint of the arrowhead as it catches the afternoon sun. And you can see him trembling as he's about to say thok for thok, but then he stops and says, I can't say that. And instead he says, the pen will one day conquer the sword. And as these are his last words, his last breath, his last wish into the universe, the period is cut into a hyphen as the exclamation point of your arrow meets the beat and ends his song. It takes seconds, inches, and he stops. His eyes go wide. One of them kind of rolls up into his head as he slowly loses function. He seems to mutter about the pen. bit of a tear wells up as he just keeps mentioning the pen one day will beat the sword. He drops. And as he does, you see almost the fog of war lifting. And you see whole townspeople. You see dwarves start to kind of scutter in. They look at each other. They look at you. They look at Geb, dead. You see a few of the dwarves, and you see Braun coming out of nowhere like, we were stopping here to get some materials along the way. Of course we deserve our homes. We built it with our bare damn hands. We lost so many lives building that damn city. Our pride was there. Our cousins, our family, our gods, our rituals were in that city. How could we ever think we didn't deserve what was ours by love? I can't believe we were so stupid. The dwarves stopped. They rubbed the tears from their eyes. We were so busy being ashamed and stupid and hurt that we didn't think that there could have been any response to this man's lies. You know me, my name is Braun. I'm the leader of the Dwarves of Bryax. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, we're not going to go to Alphon Prime. We're going back home. Whatever orc is there, we're going to fight them. We're going to fight them for our home, our city, our lives. And if we win, when we beat those sons of bitches, come find us. We're going to make a holiday out of it. We're going to get you some booze. We're going to get you some food. And oh my God, little man. Keep the dagger. I mean, it's pretty much a free drink every time you come to Bryax, all right? You keep that dagger, all right? And then Braun just kind of stops looking at the corpse of Geb Zebel, and he's like, he kept talking about peace and the right side of history in this war, and all he was doing was just trying to make us leave our homes and our loved ones to fight for some people that didn't give a shit about us. All right, we're getting out of here. We're getting the hell out of here. And as he walks away, he kind of stops. He looks back at Woodward and he goes, holy shit, you're a fucking bear. I'm so sorry. I thought you was like this little dude. Nah, you're a fucking bear. I'm rude. I'm sorry. I was just handing a note by Sidney. Like, Ian's still a bear.
Ichi like scooches over while he's doing this speech to get next to Woodward and like taps the bear on the shoulder and is like,
Bear turns around, and in that moment, though, I do have to say, I am allowed to dismiss this, and I think seeing that there are no orcs or any other enemy nearby, Woodward turns back into the self that you know him as, and he kind of looks at him, and he's kind of confused by the entire situation, like he didn't take in the words in between the bear and the war and everything else that he's talked about. And he says, I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna hold you to that free drink because you need to build a city to have a bar.
Yep. Exactly. And honestly, what good is a word if I can't cash in on it? So here's how it's gonna go, little man. You keep holding that dagger. You see your friend Braun, you're getting a drink. All right, people, listen. Get your axes, get your swords, get your daggers, get your bad hooch, get your good hooch. We're taking Bryax back. And we ain't stopping until we do. Bless the hammer and the forge, we're taking that city back. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks tops, maybe 2.5 if we get tired. And with that, the dwarves start to leave. Now, I want to thank the audience. I want to thank the heroes of Edge of Legend for putting up with that. That was amazing. We've gone an hour past the normal time. And before we say goodbye, I want all of you to roll a perception check.
I don't like the sound of that. Oh.
I know what happened. I'm so mad.
28.
26.
27.
All right, so I hear 28 from Michael. 26,
wait,
28, 26,
if it-
27. Ian, how bad is it?
Well, it was really bad, and then I realized that I got a hero point, so I used it. And then I got a nat 20, which makes it a 33.
All right, so as the dwarves walk away, and there's the holy inspiration sound, as the dwarves leave the city, as you look over at Captain Matsuzong, who's just kind of muttering as drool kind of pools at the corner of her mouth. Woodward, you smell something. What is that? What does that smell? It smells like a buttload of papers. And as you look over at the corpse of Geb Zebel, you see falling out of his robe a massive amount of papers, maps, letters, ledgers, missives, everything else that was not in the type and pint. So, with this massive amount of intel, with an informant from the Blue Rock tribe, their very captain, and with the first major general of the Green Army vanquished and conquered, we bid you all adieu from episode 30 of Edge of Legend, where the heroes have made one giant leap for world peace. Without further ado, and I know this was rough, and I want to thank you so much for hanging in there. Without further ado, we're going to say our goodbyes. And next time, we're going to pick up in this crazy aftermath. Thank you so much. Starting with Mr. Michael Powell. Mr. Michael Powell, tell us who you are and where we can find you on that great, great internet.
Oh, I am Michael Powell. You can find me all over the internet on my social medias, which is at Mr. Kapow. That's MrKapao. And also, you can find me on my Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Michael Powell Does Stuff, because I do a lot of stuff, such as my YouTube channel, Fantastic Tales of Adventure. And on Thursdays at on the Toyzilla Network here on Twitch, I'm part of a show called Toyzilla Live at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And this week we have we're gonna get a little serious. It's gonna be an important show about the future of that channel. So yeah, but also toy news and stuff.
Sounds. Of course. All right. Sam, please tell us who you are and where we can find you on that sweet, sweet internet.
Hello, I am Sam Sterling, and you can find me at Hey Sam Sterling on all the internet places. If you go to my Twitter, you can see my magical s'mores invention that solves an infinite paradox of how to melt your chocolate on your s'more over a fire. So if you want good content like that, check me out. That's all I got.
Hell yeah. Next up, Sidney, please tell us who you are and where we can find you on that sweet, sweet internet.
Oh, gee, it's me. Well, my name is Sidney Rubino, and that's SIDNEY RUBINO, and that is all over the internet. That's on Instagram. That's on Twitter. And actually on TikTok, it's actually Sidney of Hightower. But most of the places I'm Sidney Rubino. And then you can follow me on YouTube. Because every Tuesday I post a video of me reading folklore or fairy tales or myths. Right now we're in American folklore, and if you like me reading things and having deep thoughts and opinions, watch that.
Yeah, absolutely. In case you couldn't hear that, Tuesday she has Sidney of Hightower on YouTube at Sidney as Hightower. She does amazing readings and talk philosophy and much really cool stuff. So go ahead and check her out as she reads books and talks about all that really great human stuff. It's good to be human sometimes. All right, and Kylie, tell us who you are and where we can find you on that sweet, sweet internet.
Hello, I am Kylie. I also go by Kai. It really doesn't matter at this point. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all at Kai's Wonderful Life. I'm currently not doing anything for Black History Month just because I don't have the content for it, but that's okay. You can always join me and a bunch of my other nerdy friends on Mondays here on Twitch at Dragons and Dreamers as we play our own homebrew D&D 5e game called City of Promise, where it's going to be a lot of fun. So come check it out.
Nice. Well, Ian, please tell us who you are, where we can find you on that sweet, sweet internet, and please tell us about the art of the episode behind you.
Hey all, my name's Ian. You can find me at Bearded Scald across the internet. Come hang out in our Discord for further information about the art on the back. But to give you a quick lowdown, this is a piece done by the Type and Pint. He does portraitures of typewriters. So if you have a typewriter at home, you can send one to him and a bunch of other cool art. If you need any of his info, I've found out that you guys can't read it back there. So I'm going to do one of these.
There you go. That's right.
Yeah. So Instagram, the Type and Pint, Facebook, the Type and Pint, and the Type and Pint at gmail.com if you ever want to reach out to him. So please go check him out. And I am still looking for other artists to buy prints of and put up on my wall. So if anybody has any suggestions, drop them in their Discord. I would love to see them.
Mm-hmm. All right. So before we figure out who we're rating for the evening, my name is PJ Megaw. I'm all over the internet at pj.megaw. When I'm not here with these amazing heroes, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. PST, Pacific Standard Time, you can find me Tuesdays at the table with Mr. Michael Powell, 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. And two other amazing announcements. We have official dates and the swanky list, if you will. Raw's Rave Party is officially happening February 20th. That should be a Saturday. February 20th, 1 to 7 p.m. We promised you guys the hype, and we delivered a bunch of gods having a house party. What could possibly go wrong? We're going to find out. And more to the point, March 6th, the official date and time, same 1 to 7 p.m., the Night Witches of New Jack City. Come and celebrate in honor of International Women's Day, a bunch of real-life, actual historical units of all-female elite aerial combatants, of course, put in the Edge of Legend world, as they defend their city, New Jack City, from the threats of the sky, dragons, wyverns, and a whole lot worse. So come in and check us out March 6th. This will be for charity for the Planned Parenthood charity. There'll be more details to go, as well as our goal day for the charity and everything else. But first things first, let's have a rave. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're so glad you enjoyed. The hype is real. I'm so glad that, y'all came and killed a general and a war criminal and a piece of crap. Without further ado, Michael, please let us know, who are we rating right now?
Okay, I'm gonna have to spell this out because I have no idea how to spell this. I mean, pronounce this. It's Sidarhael.
Okay, without further ado, thank you for hanging in there. Thank my players for hanging in there. You're gonna get a crap ton of XP from this. And we love you. We'll see you same Nat time, same Nat channel here on Edge of Legend.